Okay, moment of truth. Is everything working? It looks like it so far. YouTube's not giving me any issues, I think. Yep, no, that's still going. Okay, cool. I got a weird notification saying that. I get the notification that usually happens at the end of stream with YouTube. It was really weird. I don't know, but hopefully everything's good. Kia ora, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. Yeah, why is it saying I just uploaded a video? That's okay. It's doing it for the live when we go live now. It's doing it when we go live now. Okay. I understand. I understand. Oh, it's a Sunday. My brain is braining. I hope you're all doing well. We are back with Nelco Neco, Story of Precious Cats. This is one that we started last month, and we started doing some basing, but we didn't get too far into it. And now I wanna finish it. It's gonna take a while, but I'd like to get some more done on it. Chai, kia ora, enjoy your lurk. Cool, it's all working. Alright, looks like everything's holding, everything's going well, so that's what we like to see. So I have a couple of sheets here with some colour palettes on it. So of course we have our Kitties colour palette that I keep for the whole book. We have based our Kitties so far, so we'll need to pull that out again when we do the pencils. And then I have the colours that I've used so far, which is just the rocks and the sunset, so we haven't gotten too far into it. So where do I want to start today? Now I did get an image for the water, or rather I sent an image that works really well. Sammy sent me a couple of shots of the beach in the sort of lighting that I was imagining, so it was like, oh my god, this actually works well for my water on the sunset kitties. So I have some colours that I can pull from for the water, so I'm going to use that as a bit of a reference. So we'll start with the water. I do also kind of want to do a second coat on the sky because it's a bit insipid would be the word. So I need to start by actually having my Inktense pencils and a colour chart. I had a whole shelf collapse this morning behind me. It just went poof because it was a little unbalanced and forward heavy, and gravity took hold of it. And I did not realise until it went collapse. Right, 750 is our darkest purple. 0760 is deep violet. So hope you're all doing well out there today. I don't know about all of you, but I'm just feeling kind of chill and cozy and comfy and just looking forward to a day. It was quite a busy one yesterday, so it'll be nice to sort of relax and create and just vibe with the day. There's a bee hanging outside the window. That's what I'm hearing. Right, we've got sugar plum, and then we want fuchsia. And then we want 0520, which is carmine pink. That one. 0405. That's a new colour. That is Pink Flamingo. 0320. Scarlet Pink. Wow, I really did do all the pinks. Alright. 0255. Orange Sorbet. 0245, which is Mango. 0225, Golden Sun. No, that's gold. Golden Sun. And then 0220, which is probably Sun Yellow. Yeah, Sun Yellow. Sleepy Ghost with the most. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Kia ora. How's it doing? I'm doing okay, thank you. It's been blah, words. Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a couple of days, you know? So I'm looking forward to a good chill day and getting back into painting, working in my favourite book. Yeah, but we're good. We're good. But yeah, the brain is definitely not braining right now. Words are hard. Words are so hard. And like when you're not thinking, it just adds so much, you know? Alright. I also just realised, because the brain ain't braiding, I also never took my pain meds, so we're just gonna take those. Gosh, I almost need to order another one. I need to get more. I need to get my monthly updated to reflect a few more. Alright. Pain meds taken. Yeah, I think I took my meds earlier, and I have to take some a little while later. Memory, yeah. Yeah, I actually need to talk to the pharmacy, because I've been getting, like, absent-minded with some of my meds, and I keep forgetting if I've taken some or haven't taken some, so I want to change. They, for free, will do, like, they have this little packaging that they can put meds into, and it will put all your meds into like a morning, afternoon, evening, night type situation. Some of my meds are take as required, like my pain meds are take as required, but I think it'll help with the like regular ones, because I'm getting like a, did I take this one? Did I take that one? So yeah, and I mean I could set it up and just do it all myself if I buy like the little meds container, but it's like they do it for me, so yeah. And just because it's getting like a, did I take my meds? Did I not take my meds? It's something I've been noticing a little bit lately. So take away the guesswork of if I took my meds or not. I just have to talk to them and be like, hey, next time my prescription comes through. Alright, so I'm going to start with our sunset, and I'm going to just add in another coat, because like the Inktense are pretty intense. They added a lot of colour, but I want to add just more. Like it just, I want to really make it quite pigmented. So we're just going to add a second layer to all our colours into our blend, so that when we activate our second lot, it'll just be that bit more pigmented and vibrant. And this is why writing down colours can be quite handy. I'm just going to work directly over all these little areas of the ship. It's too fine. I'm going to have you in my headphones while I read my biology book and write notes. Fantastic. you get those things done. You know, we're always a good chill lurky stream. I'll try and remind you in a little while about taking a break and having some water and maybe your meds then as well. It's very much the mood of the day, is just a vibe. Like, I just feel the vibes today, you know? I'm not surprised. It was quite a busy day yesterday. Not that it had to be a busy day. I had spoons and I had energy and I was like, I'm gonna get things done, and I got things done. But today I'm like, yeah, I just want to vibe today. I just want to hang and relax and enjoy a slow day. And now I've got a real busy week coming up again. I'm just gonna I'm trying to chill and do things slowly and calmly. My brain is too easily overwhelmed right now. That is so valid. There's a lot for it to be overwhelmed by as well, which is why we have our glittery little bubble here. You need a space sometimes to just go to and just be. Just be. It's a good way to surmise what today is. It's just a day to be. I'm way too high up in the pink there with the orange, but that's okay. We'll make it work. Don't mind if I extend the orange up a bit because this pink section's quite a bit big. Winter! Hello, hello, lovely. How are you going today, hun? I hope you're well. Oh my gosh, I was meant to message you and I forgot. I've kind of been having an antisocial mood at the moment, which doesn't help because there's a bunch of people I need to message. But I was going to message you because I saw your technical issues with your last stream. So just going to check in and be like, hey. And then I forgot. And then life happened. And now it's been a few days. Life has been busy lately. I completely missed your last stream. It's quite alright, hon. I understand. And as I say to people, you know, it just means you're living your life. I appreciate it when y'all are here for streams, but also I understand if you can't be here. And I just hope whatever you're doing is helping you to thrive and exceed and all those buzzwords. But yeah, I agree. Life has been busy lately. I feel like it's non-stop at the moment. Yeah, it was a hot mess. I know. I was like really trying as well because I was going to wake up early for it to try and catch it. I haven't quite worked out exactly when your start time is for my time, but I know it's early. But I was going to try and wake up and watch it in bed while I did my morning stretches and stuff. But when I woke up, I saw the message and was like, no! Hopefully it's something that is fixable. So we're just going back over the sunset because I just want to build up a bit more color and just make it a bit more vibrant. Just really have that sunset popping. stream just decided, nope, no connection. It was like showing it was connected from YouTube to the software, but it wasn't. I tried both OBS and Streamlabs. After 25 minutes, I just gave up. Oh. Okay, so if both applications weren't connecting, that could be either your internet or it could have been YouTube itself. I might have to look into that one with you. Hopefully it's just a one-time glitch thingy. Sometimes things do glitch. Yeah, I'm guessing YouTube. My internet's pretty darn reliable. Yeah, I was having some glitches the other day with YouTube and it wasn't letting me do videos and post videos and stuff, so... And they have just done another, like, server update thingy-mabob in the background to show some new features or something or other. I don't understand it all. I don't understand it. I just... You know. Press buttons, go live, hope for the best. Those are the words. App music's just jumped up quite a bit. Turn it down for me, but it should still be balanced for you guys. Because I can turn down my speakers, but not turn down the stream volume, if that makes sense. Yeah, shut everything down and restarted my whole system just in case, but by then it was too late to try and connect. Before next stream, I'll do that again. Yeah, not a bad idea. It's amazing how a reboot starts. Sometimes I also have to reset my router. Luckily, I didn't have to do that today, but some days I also have to reset my router. But we're also on terrible, terrible internet here that I really need to get on to getting sorted. Another one of those tasks that's on the to-do list. The never-ending to-do list. But other than that, I hope you're going well, lovely. I hope life is treating you kindly. We're back to Pirate Kitties. I'm so happy. We finished. It was really amazing. I thought like I had 2 streams worth of work left on my Minotaur, but it actually came together really, really quickly. So yeah, we managed to finish them off last stream, and then I put some gold splatter on top after stream. I've been really obsessed with splatter dots lately. I might still go in and do, like, I haven't done any like fire highlighting or anything like that, so I'm just deciding if how I want to do that, if I want to call it done here, if I want to add a little bit more on top. I'm still contemplating some white splatter, but that's why it's not quite away yet, but like I could call it done there. I'm just deciding if I want to add any more embellishments. I usually, like, I'll finish pages and then I'll leave them a couple of days and just think about it if it needs anything else. Really fun though. I was glad to finish it on Friday because I've got, like, I've been in a painting mood, but then, like, I feel like I'm done with the painting now. I've done all the painting that I wanted to do, so I feel like I'm missing mauve. Like, I feel like we're missing a step. I went from this really sugar plum purple into deep violet. I suppose the sugar plum does blend up. And it does give us that deep dark sky, so I'll trust my colour chart. It's very unlike me to not put mauve in there as a blender in between, but trust the colour chart. That's why you recorded the colours. Thank you so much. This one doesn't really need too much. The purple was like the one area I got pretty solid. Alright. We need something to wipe our brush out onto. I really should find like an old rag or something that I can keep around here for this instead of paper towels. The paper towels do the job. Make sure there's nothing on my brush. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I've been on a colouring kick. Surprise, surprise. Yesterday was a chaos sort of day, but it was a chaos day of my own making. It was day 2 of my injection cycle, so it's the day that I'm like, I've got the most spoons, and so I wanted to take advantage of that and get a ton of errands done. I need a bigger brush for around here. And so gosh, what did I do? I got a blood test that I've been meaning to get for a while. I got, I ran like errands at 4 different stores. One of the stores was closed, but I actually managed to find what I was looking for at another store, which was very handy. I did washing. I cooked food. I made one of those dishes where I'm like, it's not really what I like to eat, but it's food and it's there. I made like a chicken, bacon and mushroom pasta bake thing. So I got a big pan of that, and I'm not a big fan of like creamy sauces, so it's really not my cup of tea in terms of what I like to eat. But it's there and it's food and it's easy, you know? Sometimes that's the key. And then, yeah, I did a bunch of... I didn't actually do much colouring yesterday. I did a little bit last night, but during the day, because I was just so busy, I didn't really sit down and do much colouring, but I did get a little bit done. I think we're still going to end up being a little streaky. Trying to get a flat wash of Inktense in a big area with a colour gradient. I feel like I've just made the sky even worse. Oh gosh. It's okay, we can come back over it with actual pencils if need be. I've been playing so much Stardew. Oh, the Stardew vibes have been strong lately. I've been watching a ton of playthrough of people playing Stardew. Like, I want to play, I want to play. I thought it would be really fun to do like a thing, because I've got the Stardew colouring book, where like whatever items I get in the Stardew game, that's what I can colour in the book. So, because I was thinking about it, setting myself up on like the beach farm where you get crates that wash up, and like, you know, if you get something in the rubbish bins, or you know, anything where a random generator might be a part of it. If you find that item in Stardew, then you can colour it in the book. I thought that would actually be really fun to do. It's sort of like a video challenge or something. so fun though. I freaking love Stardew. Honestly, part of me did also contemplate not streaming today or streaming playing Stardew because it's just like such a good chill out thing. It could even be something we could do later if I can. If I don't need to lie down and stretch my back. Okay, I feel like I've done even worse on the sky. Trying to put that second layer down. Oh well. Like, there's more colour there because of course it does layer up, but there's also more obvious where there's not colour. I'd be fine with it. We did, I do actually have a stream farm, because for a while there, when I first started streaming on Sundays, it was Sunday Fun Day, and so I would do colouring Tuesdays and Fridays, and then Sundays we might do colouring, but we'd do game streams, or it was meant to be like this could be an anything day. It wasn't necessarily just colouring, because it was Sunday Fun Day. But then it just deviated into another colouring day, which I'm not mad about, but sometimes I'm like, oh, I do miss playing games on stream. But it could be something to do later on if I want to keep on streaming, especially when the light changes in here, because I can't stream colouring at night, because I don't have a good setup for colouring at night and streaming or recording. It's one of the things I do want to get onto this year is figuring out my lighting situation so I can colour at night and record videos or stream at night. Because all my lights are behind me, and I have an overhead light here that streams down to give me light here, which is fine when I'm working, but when it's for recording, it's too harsh of a light and it's too direct of a light for recording. We get these massive shadows, so I need to get like another softer light coming this way, which is fine. Like, I've got a plug over there. I can put a light over there. I just need to buy the light and just figure out what sort of light it should be. Got like some desk lamps and stuff, but it's not quite right. I might be able to push it actually to the wall and then bounce it off. Maybe that would work. I'd have to try that later actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, because it's a harsh, bright desk lamp, but if I aim it directly at the wall so it's refracted back and it's a softer light, it may work. Have to try that. So this is what I like about streaming too, because I just talk through things and then I can sort of figure things out. But yeah, lighting is the never-ending issue. Use the rules of light against itself. Ah, yeah. It's got, because all my bulbs are daylight bulbs, so all the lights in here are, you know, blue light or natural daytime light. It's just because of the way they're positioned, the shadows are too strong for recording. Whereas during the day, because I'm in front of a window, we use that window as our main light source. And so it provides a lot of light, which is great. So during the day I don't have to have any lights on. In fact, I can turn this one off now. How does that look? Nope, I balanced the colour balance with that light on, so that light will stay on. I forgot I put that on this morning. But yeah, as we lose the light, becomes an issue. Because the light goes all the way around here, and then behind here where these curtains are pulled is where it sets at night, and the reason the curtains are at that position is it stops the light coming in on my computer. I should really pull them open during the day, but I always forget. But I'd rather have them closed for when the sun is setting, because I don't want the sun directly on my computer. Brittany, hello. Welcome in. Super Bowl Sunday. I have never watched a Super Bowl. Then again, it's not a big thing over here. I do know some people that do watch the Super Bowl. But it ain't a thing here, but I imagine that would be quite busy because, you know, rugby's a big thing here, and when it's like the Rugby World Cup and stuff. Yeah. So I can imagine it being very, very swamped. Okay, at this point we'll just work over that. I'll pull it out with pencils later on. Okay, stippling actually works a bit better for that. I totally forgot it was a thing and I'm right next door, though I think a lot of us are kind of boycotting it. Yeah, I'm not a big sports person, so like even the sports that are popular here, I'm just like, woo, sports. Like, good on you, have your passions, and if you like it, enjoy it. It's just genuinely something that does not interest me in the slightest. It's the same as like cars. I have no interest in them. And no desire. So it's woo, sports. But if that's your thing, and enjoy it. It doesn't mean that, you know, it's wrong or right, or, you know, everyone has their hobbies and their passions. I mean, gosh, I can deep dive about Stardew, and I know people who are like, I don't really get the Stardew game. And it's like, but also, it's valid. We each have hobbies and interests and things, and that's what makes us unique and special. We were talking, Mum and I, yesterday about something. Some random fact came up that we were talking about, and Mum was like, oh, you could go on one of those game shows. She was just joking about it. Like, nah, I don't know enough about sport. Because I don't. I would just be, like, guessing sports questions. I hate sports, but I'm going to watch it. Okay, I'm bringing a colouring book and sitting in the corner while everyone else watches it. Eddie, that is the vibes I would do as well. So an ex used to be very into sports. And so there were times where, like, I went to a rugby game with him, and I sat there crocheting in the stands because I was just like, whatever. I went with some work friends once we went to a bar after work and they wanted to watch some sort of sports game that was at the bar, and I was like, whatever, pulled out my crochet in the bar while having a drink watching the sports game because I just genuinely had no interest. Actually, crocheting at a bar is a great time. Hi Yana! Been organising and clearing in preparation for post-surgery. Now re-swatching Inktense of the new 28 colours! Yay! Now I need a new case to add. Oh, exciting. I haven't coloured in a bar, but I haven't been out to a bar in forever because who can afford to go out? I totally would though. I colour everywhere. Oh, I just got... Let's get that off the rocks. Gosh, I'm not doing very well today with my hands and activating. Alright, I just feel like I've made an even bigger mess in the sky. And I think we're going to have to rely on pencils to get that more even and opaque. But hey, we've got a base down. It's a little bit more vibrant, but it still is splotchy. Which is the one problem with Inktense and trying to do them in a big area when you're trying to gradiate lots of colours, is they just don't even activate in a flat, smooth area. Which is why we'll top it with some pencils later on. Stardust! Hello, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're going well today. So what I'm kind of imagining is the sun is actually like right in here. It's right behind this ship. So normally you'd have like a reflect of the sun coming down here, except the ship is in our way and causing a shadow. So we won't have like a little orange section here. But then as we get into these ripples, what I think we're going to do is, this is a bit wild, but I actually think it's going to work, is I think we're going to use our purples to shade our water. So our sugar plum, our deep violet, and our dark purple are going to be our watercolors, and then we'll have like the little highlight areas in orange, and then like a light blue for the white. I think that'll work. So behind the ship would actually be quite dark because it would be casting a direct shadow. I think it'll work. I don't know. We're going in. We're trying it. Worst comes to worst, we'll just cover the Inktense with pencils. We can only try. So of course we've got in amongst all the hat here. We were talking about the Super Bowl, and apparently some people are boycotting. I don't know why. I don't understand sports. I'm just like, woo sports. That's my understanding. Super Bowl's not a thing here. Zoe, hello, hello. This page looks amazing. Thank you so much. It is very much just base layers at the moment, but it's important for marking out our colours and figuring out what we're doing, and I'm excited. I can see this page as we get further and further into it. But yeah, we just got all the tedious basing, but it's worth it because once that basing's down, it makes life a lot easier because we've got all those flat colours down, so we don't have to do as many layers with our pencils. We've got all our colours marked, and we also take away all the white, which means our shadows and highlights are going to be a lot more easier to do accurately as well. It's one of the reasons why I try to cover up as much of the white as possible before I really start getting into shading, Like, I'll still put some shadows and highlights in there and try and indicate where the light is. But I don't worry too much if the values aren't quite correct, because right now the white just throws off the balance of everything. So a lot of this is just about filling out the page. Ah, I understand now, Winter. Thank you for clarifying. Valid. Very valid. And that is all we'll say in the situation, because this stream is a glittery bubble of escape. We recognise that there's a lot of strife going on in the world. We recognise that there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's a lot. So we provide an area where we can just put it aside and let ourselves calm, let ourselves reset, let ourselves focus on joy and positivity. It's not ignoring what's out there, it's allowing ourselves to have a break, have a chance to grab some mental fortitude so that we can deal with everything else going on out there, which is why we don't talk about certain situations such as politics in the chat. So I'd appreciate that we don't. But yeah, Super Bowl, like I said, not a thing here. Sports, rugby is the big sport here. I never really got it. I never really played it. I wasn't a sporty kid. I was the kid indoors drawing and colouring and painting and doing art stuff. We have drawings from when I was like 2, 3, 4, 5. I have so many old drawings from when I was growing up. Like, I was the arty kid. I was always creating, always inside. Yeah. Appreciate you, Winter. I saw what you were doing. Appreciated how you worded it. I have this drawing from when I was a kid. In fact, I can find it somewhere. So when I was a kid, we used to have a trampoline in the backyard. This was before, like, safety became the big thing, right? So it was just trampolines, open springs, no walls, no nothing. Like, old school trampoline. And me and a neighbour kid were jumping on it. And we were playing a game called Crack the Egg, where you sit with, like, your legs crossed and your arms crossed over you in a tight ball, and another person jumps on the trampoline and tries to make you, like, open up your arms or your leg, like, to yeah. I don't know if anyone else played that game when I was there as a kid. We were playing that, and so we were jumping on the trampoline trying to, you know, make each other, like, uncross and let go. And while jumping, I fell off the trampoline, managed to flip and land on the ground on my back on a pile of bricks. I was 6 years old. Mum has said she has never heard someone scream bloody murder like I screamed that day, because, yeah. I walked away fine. It hurt, but I walked away fine. But being a kid, and being a kid who was arty, I, of course, drew the situation. So I have this drawing that I did of me after I fell off the trampoline and flipped and landed on my back. But the way I drew me, it looks like I'm in a coffin. And it cracks me up so much, because I also drew in the washing line, and it's a real old school washing line, and it looks like a cross, and it looks like I've drawn me in a graveyard. It wasn't. It was this accident that I drew. But yeah, it just cracks me up so much. I found that Amir Desiro sold the Inktense individually, but just the 72. They didn't have the new set. Well, that's some that you can get Stardust then. It's the same as the art store here. They sell the 72. They don't sell the additional 28. But at least I can get some of them, you know? But yeah, some of my old art, I look back on it, crack up. I wonder if I can find it easily. Have I? Oh, sorry. Distractions. back. Need some pencils that are falling down back there. No, but there's some other things. Oh. Okay. I don't see it. It may still be packed. Okay, it might still be packed. But yeah, if I can find it one day, I'll show you guys. It might still be in all my packed stuff. Somewhere around here. There's a whole pile of my childhood art. I just can't see the thing that I know it's kept in. And I have no idea where it was packed when I moved, so it could be anywhere. But it'll be around here somewhere. There's still so much stuff packed. I'll unpack eventually. Yeah. It's like a Michael's stores. As they would get the new 28 colours from the cult pens in the UK for a 20% discount. Nice! Love a good discount. Sleepy goes with the most. Hello, welcome back. Reading is hard with words. Yeah. I understand. You do what you need to do in order to read your book. Alright, it's probably enough of the dark. We can always add in more. We're going to work in some deep violet. Work out water in. The 6th was New Zealand Day. Have you done anything special? So Waitangi Day was indeed the 6th of February. My mum had a market, so I was driving her to a market and helping her with setting her up for it, and then driving back home to pick up the things that she got, and then driving those back down to the market. But genuinely for Waitangi Day, I slept. I didn't do a lot. It was a pretty bad pain day for me, so it was really just a day of rest. So yeah, I didn't do a lot. I had the day off work, and then the next day, being a Friday, I actually got asked by work to do additional hours the next day, which, because it was a public holiday, I was like, yeah, I can do 2 extra hours and make up some hours. So yeah, but yeah, not a lot. Waitangi Day for a lot of people, it depends on, like, it's still a public trading day, so retail's open, but schools close and a lot of offices close. There is celebrations, a lot of maraes, and because Waitangi Day is the day that the Titiri o Te Waitangi, or the Treaty of Waitangi, was signed. Now, the Treaty of Waitangi has a lot of issues that come with all colonised lands. And it's not now a celebration of the signing of it, but it is done on this day to sort of recognise, even though this wasn't the day that everybody signed the treaty, this is a day that a lot of people signed the treaty. But for me, Waitangi Day is more a celebration of the unique cultural makeup of New Zealand and just how diverse and individual Aotearoa is. It is a recognition of the issues that happened when Aotearoa was colonised by the British, And yes, work has been done to rectify. Obviously, it's not perfect. There's always issues that need to be worked through. There's a lot of hurt there, but yeah, I view Waitangi Day now as sort of like a celebration of New Zealand, because New Zealand is such a beautiful melting pot of cultures. Because if you look at New Zealand's makeup and how many different, sorry, I'm just changing the exposure, there we go, how many different influences we have on our culture, and so many, we are a country of arrivals, and it means be such, like, for example, food in New Zealand. I read this, I watched this interview once with a chef who was saying one of the things that they really like about Kiwi chefs and why they're always willing to take on Kiwi chefs is because New Zealand has such diversity in the cultures there, that they are trained and they learn so many different techniques across so many different cuisines. And that's very true, because we do have so many different cultures that come here. But then at the root of it, we have the Māori people, the indigenous people of New Zealand, and their beautiful, beautiful culture, and just respecting the mana of the culture. Yeah, I'm not wording it how I am trying to word it, but yeah. But yeah, in summary, my Waitangi Day was sleep because I needed to rest, but Waitangi Day is pretty cool. Yeah. Does your area have a local language, or is it all English? So we do. So New Zealand, or Aotearoa, our language, well, our languages here are Te Reo Māori, which is the language of Māori. So that is what the indigenous people of New Zealand spoke, is Māori. So I do try to encompass a lot of Māori into my speech. I am still very much learning it, but for example, when I say kia ora when you arrive in, that is a te reo greeting for hello. It's a little bit more than just hello. It's also like, I hope you're well, I wish good health to you. So it's like, hi, how are you? I hope you're well. It's kind of what I'm saying when I say kia ora. Yeah, so Māori is the language of New Zealand. We also have New Zealand Sign Language, and for a long, long time, those were the two official languages of New Zealand. English was not an official language of New Zealand. They only rectified this like 2 years ago and put English as an official language of New Zealand. But yes, English is also, obviously, being part of the British Commonwealth and colonised by British, we also speak British English here. We have a lot of immigrants from other countries, so it is very common to see a lot of different island or Asian cultures here. So there is a lot of Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Philippines. We have Cook Islands, Samoan. But the three official languages are Māori, New Zealand Sign Language, and English are our three official languages. Lots and lots of other languages. But yeah, the English is taught in schools, and Te Reo is worked into the curriculum as well. It's very common. It's becoming more and more common to learn Te Reo. Unfortunately, our current government just pulled funding on some of the Māori language. It's again getting into politics, not talking about that, but yeah. But they were for quite a while really focusing on bringing a lot more Te Reo into New Zealand schools and making it more and more approachable, even for those of us that are not of Māori ethnicity. Now, I am Māori. My biological father is Māori. However, I was adopted by my father, the guy that I refer to as Dad, who is Pakeha, or European, and my mother is Pakeha, or European. So I was raised Pakeha, and so I don't have a lot of connection with my whakapapa, which is my ancestry, my iwi, which is my Māori tribe. I was not raised in kapa Māori practices, or like traditional Māori practices. I am trying to make a little bit of an effort to connect with my whakapapa and find my... I learnt this word yesterday and I can't remember my place in the world. But yeah, trying to find those connections. But I'm doing this as a self-journey discovery and just letting it come naturally. So yeah, still learning my way. But one of the things that I have really tried to do is try to learn a little bit more te reo and just include it naturally into my speech while I talk on stream. Just because I am aware that, you know, for a lot of people, you're not brought up learning about Māori culture. So this is a really wonderful place to sort of share that culture. And it's such a fascinating culture. It is so rich in lore and stories. Like the story of creation is just gorgeous, and like a lot of the traditional practices, it is, yeah, it's a wonderful culture to explore and learn more of. Just popping in to say hi while I'm awake. We're up until 3 AM watching Counter-Strike competitions, so we'll probably fall asleep soon. Oh good, Rosalind, you enjoy. Hopefully you do find that sleep you need, but also I fully understand staying out way too late watching gaming competitions. Yeah. So, one of the things that I was actually planning to do on Waitangi Day, but as I said, I needed to do a self-care day, so we didn't quite get to it. I was going to colour in this book here. So this is a Matariki colouring book. We will more than likely be colouring this around Matariki, which is for ease of simplicity Māori New Year, which happens around June, July. It's to do with like when a certain star rises, which is the Matariki cluster. But yeah, I was going to colour in this colouring book. I have done one in here. I've done Putakawa, who is one of the stars in the Matariki cluster. It's the star that helps guide the spirits of the dead across the night sky. But yeah, I was going to colour something in here and did not quite get to it. But yeah, we'll do something in there. I really love a Tiparangi. I really love that one. And it features tuis, which are gorgeous. Gorgeous birds. Yeah. I love the lore of Scotland. I love fairy tales. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of really fascinating stories. Like, so the Matariki colouring book, this one does have a little bit of lore in it. So this has Ranganui and Papatuanuku. You can see I still struggle with te reo, but I am trying. So this is the Mother and Father, the gods of sky and earth. This is where the lore starts. And then they had a bunch of children for ease. But yeah, many children. And then each of those children have different names and different roles. And so yeah, it goes a little bit into it. So like Tarawhera Miti, Tawhiri Matia. I've really got to learn to slow down and actually pronounce these words properly. Tawhiri Matia. And this is a god of wind and weather. So Matariki is a cluster that rises in the pre-dawn sky during winter to signal the Māori New Year. The largest, brightest star is called Matariki, and it's her job to keep the other stars in the clusters unified. And so each of the stars have different meanings of what they are and what they represent. So as I said, Pahudakawa is the star, and her job is to guide the spirits of the dead across the night sky, because Matariki is a time of reflection of what has been, those that have gone, those that have passed, and what is yet to come. So, yeah, really, really fascinating. And because Māori are related to island cultures, like they are, the Māori people arrived in New Zealand traveling from the islands. So Moana, you know the Disney story Moana, and they talk about seafaring adventurers. That's how the Māori people arrived in Aotearoa, or New Zealand, well before the ancestors, and then developed their own culture and identity from there. But because of that, the story of I'm having a mind blank on the god's name in Moana. But him, the character, is also found in Māori mythology and lore and the stories of creation because of that link. Yeah. And again, I am not an expert on it. I don't claim to be an expert on it. I'm very much a learning newbie. I am trying my best. If there is any Kiwis out there that wish to correct me or help me learn even more so I can share things correctly, I would appreciate it. I did start a te reo course to try and learn more te reo more comfortably, but then I got ill, so I had to stop. But I might just look at doing some self-study in te reo. I should at least learn the colours so I can like pull colours out correctly. I know Ma is white, Pero is red, Kakariki is green, Bango is black. There might be some others. I was going to leave those bits uncoloured. Anyway. One of the things that I love about te reo culture is also the traditions about going on the marae. The first time that I experienced the pōwhiri and the welcoming ceremony to go onto a marae, which is a Māori meeting house, I'd never been exposed to the culture, and I was like, what? Because these certain routines and certain things that you do, and it was like, this is so strange, but it was actually really powerful to be there and to experience. So one of the things about going onto a marae is because you are entering a sacred ground, there is a very tradition that is done. And so you have to be welcome onto the marae by a female elder. And she starts by, she's in like a position of calling, and then as you arrive on the marae, you are led by a female elder. And that is because the men go to war to fight, but the women are there to make peace. It's a little bit more into that. Māori also has a acceptance and understanding and respect for different identities as well. So you can be like male with the female spirit, for example. So it's not just two genders. Please keep that in mind as I say this. But the women leading the arrivals will start by chanting out, and then the woman will chant back, and the communication from the two is what creates the allowance of like the opening of the path, so that you can enter, and like your mana, your well-being, your sacredness is preserved in the manner of the place that you're going to is preserved. But if they don't call and reciprocate properly, you don't enter. Like, if those women go, nah, you can't enter, you don't enter. And then also, when you are taking part in, like, the blessings and stuff like that, the women who bear children sit at the back. And that is not because, oh, you're just, you know, a woman. It's because your body is so precious, because it gives life, that it must be protected. They sit in front because they are protecting you, because as the person who can create life, you are a precious vessel that must be protected. It's quite cool, those little bits like that. Yeah. Native American represents two spirit people and considered sacred. Yes. There's quite a few cultures that do, and it's really beautiful to see. There is, again, I don't know the actual term, but there is actual terminology. I don't even want to attempt it because I'm going to butcher it, but yeah. It's very fascinating to learn about. And I'm doing a really terrible job representing it. I'm doing my best to learn. I need to learn to do more, but it's coming from a place of I'm trying, and I want to be aware and share. But we can always do more. We can always learn more. There's always more to learn. But you also will do the nose touchy thingy. Oh gosh, I'm blind blanking on names now. This is too hard while my brain's not braining. But yeah, to greet one another, you will actually touch noses. You connect the spirit through noses. So, hongi. There it is. But yeah, if you ever get the chance to come to New Zealand, there are a few different places you can go. I know there's one in Rotorua that's really, really amazing to go to, where you can go to a marae and experience a marae, and they will take you. It's like a restaurant and like this thing where you go and you eat food, but you're also taken through a story and a history, and it's a learning experience as well as eating. And it's quite fascinating. And you'll get to see a haka performed. You get to see a few different Māori dances, and yeah, really, really fascinating. I haven't been, I've just seen videos of it, but it looks really, really cool. And me as a Kiwi, I would go and take part in it as well. We're gonna go now and have a quiet morning, but lovely to see you as always. All good, Chai. I hope you have a wonderful time. Speaking of cool Kiwis, the amazing Chai. I hope you have the wonderful chill morning that you need. Alright, so now we're just going to activate this purples for our water. And then I might do a little wash of blue in some areas as well. But the blue will really come in the top of the waves, which, you know, should be white. But because they're kind of dark out here because it's setting into sunset, right? It's actually more blue. again, I am kind of looking at a reference for this, and I'm just not even getting close to painting where I'm putting colour down. Wow, my hands are really not in it today. I kind of did wonder that this morning. I had D&D this morning. While it was D&D, I was also colouring. And I was like, my hands are not handing today. I did contemplate working on something else as well. I've got a page in Fairy Wonderland that I started basing last night, and I hate how I've based it, but I have to remind myself it's the basing stage. Like, it's gonna look hideous. It's a base stage. But, you know, pages go through ugly phases, but sometimes you look at it and you're like, oh, I hate it. I also think I put dark background color in areas that aren't dark background. But we'll make it work. Right, hopefully I haven't just put too much water on here and bled through. I did put too much water, but we haven't bled through because this paper's fantastic. Stardust. I also, I may have finished our buddy. I've got it in my, I'm sitting and thinking on it, but I may have finished our buddy. I did that yesterday and it just kind of came together very, very quickly. I'm just deciding if I want to put anything else onto it in terms of splatter or details. So I have to remember to send you a picture. I need to take a bunch of pictures actually. Just one of many tasks to do. Trying to make a black background and small bit trees between flowers and the black blade. Mine is also done, just a few things. Yeah, just in there. It could be done, but maybe it needs more. Yeah, I understand. There's no rush, obviously, because, you know, it's a buddy. There's never, like, there's never rushes with buddies. But yeah, I was really surprised. I just got in the zone with it. And then I was like, actually, I think I'm happy with it. Give me a second. Give me a second to finish this. And I'll show you where I'm at. But yeah, I was like, oh wow, it really came together fast. So if I get through all my others, I might do another one in the book. My go-to this month, my like quick and easy colouring has actually been Selena Phoenix Grayscale Fairy Art book, because it's such heavy grayscale that you can just go in with alcohol markers and just colour it flat with alcohol markers, and then it's like shaded and done. I do a little bit more than that. I use some splatter and some pens and bits and pieces, but yeah, I've done like 4 or 5 pages in that one because it's just been my like go-to this month for easy colouring. In between the more complicated colouring. Okay, give that a second to dry. So this one's still drying. This is what I was working on during D&D. But this is Selena Phoenix Grayscale Fairy book, and like it's so heavy grayscale that you can just go in with alcohol markers and like all the shadings there, and then I just add glitter and some sparkle and some gel pens, and just I know it's on a bit of an angle because of the I still gotta add something for that one to kind of cover up that. So I'll figure that out. I like that one was fun, but yeah, it just comes together quickly. It's just the glitter is all drying. because it's such like heavy grayscale, they're really, really quick. I've been really enjoying them. So, but yeah, I think I'm happy with her. I like where she tuned out. She's got super glittery flowers because glitter, so much glitter. Yeah, I'll just decide. I might go in and add some more highlights to her hair or something, like maybe just a bit of white and maybe some more splatter. It's got like a bit of gold splatter everywhere. Yeah, she came together really, really fast and I was like, oh, I like it. I need to repress the book into place. Repress those pages down. But yeah, that'll mean now I've still got that Stardust one marked. I think that puts me at like 8 pages remaining in here. I should really mark the pages that are remaining because it's so close to being done. Yeah, so page 15 is the first uncoloured page. I got 15 and 16 and 17. 19 and 20. That's 5. Six. The fairy flower crown. 6. 7. Fairy beasties. 8. Yeah, 8 pages remaining in this book. So, she's very close to being done. So I might try and get a couple more done in that one this month too. Because they're also quite easy colorings for some of them. Some of them are a bit more detailed, but... The creek out back is totally out of its bank and has reached the edge of my lower area. It does come up even closer to within a few feet of where the rock garden drops off. Oof, Yana. Hopefully it settles back down. We could use some of it here. The rivers do be very dry. It's very hot, very humid, and it's not meant to rain for quite a while. It's like... Because I can see the river like down the hill a bit, and yeah, you just see like there's barely any water passing through there. Okay, that can dry. I like our purple water. That was the right move. So I am taking inspiration from a reference for the water. We have got, this is actually a photo of the beautiful Samsara Dusty took. And I was like, hang on. So you can see here the water's quite purpley, and then we've got where would be white highlights are actually blue, and then little orange reflex. So that's what we'll be doing for the water. But that gives us our base for the water. I should let Sammy know that I'm also using the photo as a reference. And thank you for the photo. She can't be in stream today, so... When it gets like this, it's like living on the... Is it Bayou? Bayou? I had the discussion with my D&D players because they're playing in a bog and it keeps on calling it a bayou, and they tried to explain how to pronounce it to me and I've already forgotten. I just call it a bog. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering it. It's hard when you're trying to learn languages and you can't even speak your native tongue correctly. I don't even English right, and it's like, you want me to speak these words as well? By you. Thank you. Thank you. That'll be it. I've been downloading a few reference photos from Pinterest for color combo ideas. Yes, it's a good idea to do. I love that what Alm Colors does, Erica does, where she has those pictures and she just keeps them in pages for ideas. I'm like, I should start doing that, but printing's quite difficult for me, as you'll know, because I have to go to a print store to print. But I love that she just like, you can see her ideas in the books, and so when she wants to work in a book, she's already got ideas in there because she puts in pictures, and it's not that she's trying to copy a picture, she just gets ideas from pictures like color combos or backgrounds, and it's just really, you know, neat. Should have sent me a bunch more photos. Thanks, Sammy. I never put on Instagram that I'm live. I knew I forgot to do something this morning. I was like, I can't believe I only just realized that. Sorry, bear with me 2 seconds. Take this opportunity to have a little self-care break. That's what I'm doing here. I'm also just hydrating and stretching. Yeah, let's still take an opportunity to like have some water and hydrate and do some self-care while I quickly do my social media that I totally forgot to do. Felt like out of sync. I felt like there was something that I was forgetting to do. Hello! We're just talking about your lovely photo that I'm using as the reference. And then I said how wonderful you were because you just sent me some more. And then it reminded me that I hadn't actually posted on social media that I was live. I thought I'd drop in for a Pirate Kitties update. Well, welcome in. We haven't done a lot. I did another layer on the background. And then I did a base layer on the water. I was just talking about using your excellent photos reference, how the water is like really dark purple and then like these little highlight areas that would be white are more like a light purple to blue, and so that's where we'll bring in some blue, and then we have some sharp orangey highlights. So yeah, it really is the perfect reference for this page. It's like, hang on, that works so well, so thank you so much. It's a gorgeous photo and it works well as a reference. And it made me not get stuck on this water. So appreciate you and love you very much for it. I hope you're doing okay, hun. I'm glad you could pop in. Sorry for the delay. Boyfriend wanted help, but I love your work in the Caran D'Ache images. Lovely work. Thank you, Stardust. We're getting through that book. Right, so next thing. We should do some green because I want to pull in more green so it's not just Heek's Eye, but this will bring down here. Now we will need to balance this green because otherwise it's going to be like really here heavy focused, as this is our only green. So obviously we've got Heek's Eye. We can also do some clothes green. Little baby Cheeto here, gorgeous baby Cheeto that we love, is also holding a good stick. So we've got a little green leaf there as well that we can pull some green into. We all need a good stick. So, we don't need you anymore. I'm pretty sure I used beach green for heat size. 1510. Yep, beach green. Alright. So there's our main green. We're going to need to have some lime green, which you can totally get away with lemon yellow instead of lime green if you don't have lime. You just want a light, bright colour for the highlights. And I think we'll do my usual trick of pulling out the deep indigo. Actually, deep indigo is probably going to be verging on too dark. I like bright blue. Now give us a nice bright green. And then if we switch... we have 2 green plants. No, we'll just base them all the same. We'll just base them all the same. So, again, this is our sun. Basically, the ship is our sun. The ship's actually going to be backlit quite heavily. And then as we get down here, there'll be a little bit on these edges up here that will be getting a little bit of sun. So, this is where we'll use a bit of the lime or lemon yellow if you're using original 72. Ugh, working in the folds. So yeah, this week coming, we've got stream on Tuesday, which we'll be carrying on with this page. This will be our stream page for a while. And then, as a reminder, there is no stream this Friday because of specialist appointments. And then we should be back on Sunday. I don't know if I'll do a makeup stream at any point. I don't know if I'm going to be able to factor it into this week. But it's okay. I hope you all have a week of good things planned. And it's not too overwhelming or too much. I look forward to seeing your stream, but I hope all goes well Friday. Oh, thanks, Stardust. Yeah. Nah, it's just... it's the time the specialist gave us, so it's like, you know, we've got to do what we've got to do. So, as much as I love streaming and hanging out with y'all, this appointment is first priority. Alright, so we'll just put a little bit of the bright blue, not the really, really dark blue, just the bright blue. Just a touch. Because this will shade down when we activate our green. Cause a little bit of definition. take our beach green and we colour over everything. Oh, I'll tell you what, I better go back to bed. I got up relatively early. Now I'm like, ready to go back to bed. Oh, we just need enough coffee. I brought some oat milk so I could make some iced coffees again as well. Coffee is my savior. Yes. I drink far too much of it, but also coffee. It's very much my tradition. Get up, make a massive cup of black coffee, and then just sit there drinking it. Just slowly wake up. And I like it. I like it very much. Alright, so as we move down here, we're going to go a bit darker with our blue shading. So we'll bring in the darker blue, and then we'll do the lighter blue to gradiate out from. Obviously no yellow highlighting down there. It's funny because like for the first 28 or so years of my life I did not drink coffee. I didn't like the taste of it. But then my taste buds, I found a caramel coffee style milkshake and I was like, ooh, I really like this, because it was like caramel but the coffee helped bring out the caramel notes. And so I started doing that, and then I started drinking actual coffees. I started with frappuccinos. I say actual coffees. They're milkshakes. They're milkshakes. They were basically coffee flavored milkshakes. But then I started getting them with actual coffee and increasing the amount of coffee. But for a long time, I only drank cold coffee. Iced coffees, basically. I didn't like hot coffees. And then as I was adding more and more coffee and less caramel, then I started actually enjoying the flavor of coffee. And then I started drinking hot coffee. So actually I can get behind hot coffee. And then after a while I was like, you know, I don't even like the caramel in here anymore. It's too sweet. And so I just started drinking coffee with oat milk. And then when I needed to cut out more oats from my life, it's like, alright, black coffee it is. So yeah, to go from like a caramel milkshake with a bit of coffee flavouring to black coffee over the course of a couple of years. But it's funny if your taste buds change. Debating to make myself a cappuccino? Absolutely. Absolutely make a cappuccino, Yana. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sitting here going, do I need another coffee? Are you allergic to oats? I'm not allergic to oats. I am intolerant to, but not to the point that I need to avoid them entirely. So I have, as a lovely side effect of my ankylosing spondylitis, I have irritable bowel. Because irritable bowel is inflammation of the bowel, and I have an inflammatory disease. So I have a intolerance to a lot of foods, but my tolerance levels vary. So oats is one of those things that I am intolerant to. However, I can handle about a half cup of oat milk without too much issues. If I eat porridge or a muesli bar with like actual oats in it, different story. But oat milk I can handle, but I can only handle about half a cup before I start getting quite upset in my stomach. It's the same thing with apples. Apples are another bowel trigger for me. But if I eat like about half of a very small apple, I can usually get away with it. But when I start, like if I ate a whole apple, I'm going to, so yeah, these like tolerance levels for these intolerances, but not allergic. Can still eat them. You just have to be prepared to pay a price. And it's the same thing with dairy. And I pay that price because I love cheese. I don't drink milk. I try to avoid most dairy just because it's not worth it a lot of the time. And there's such good dairy alternatives out there. But cheese is just one of those things where it's like, no. Nah. I'm sorry, vegan cheese is just not where it's at. But yeah, I had to do there's a thing called a FODMAP diet where you cut out a lot of different foods and then you slowly introduce them to see what your reaction is. So I did like a limited version of that to work out a few of the different triggers and what my tolerance levels were and how much I could handle without getting too upset of a stomach. And so, yeah. But yeah, not allergic. Very big difference there. I am allergic to kiwi fruit. And that, if I don't even have to eat the kiwi fruit. If I eat something that has touched kiwi fruit, it causes my lips to swell and my throat to swell. So that is an allergy. That is very different. And so yeah. But luckily kiwi fruit is very avoidable. Even here in New Zealand. In the land of kiwis, they can still avoid kiwis, aka the fruit. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking about making a coffee or an iced coffee. I'm just debating if I want a hot or a cold one. And if I make an iced coffee, I'll just use a little bit of oat milk. But not much. And that'll be my only iced coffee for the day. But I actually think I want a hot coffee. Because I think I want to do a Tim Tam Slam. I think that's really what I want, is I actually want to have a Tim Tam Slam. And have a chocolate biscuit. It does feel sort of like morning tea time, you know? Like, little treat time. It does mean I'll need to go out. Oh. Actually, no, I think I have water in the fridge. I could fill up my jug in here. I could make a coffee in here without actually going out. Fantastic. I just have to put cold fridge water into the jug to boil. Actually, is my jug in the fridge even full? Because I know I drank a lot of water yesterday. It might actually be out of water. Might have to go and refill my jug as well. I'd be so sad if I could not eat kiwi with strawberries, like frozen yogurt mixed with that is so good during summer. Yeah, I was never a huge fan of kiwi to begin with. Because I used to be able to eat like a piece or two without any like huge reaction, but the reactions have gotten stronger as I've gotten older with less and less, and now it's like, you know, if someone made a fruit salad and there was kiwi fruit in the fruit salad, I would just be like, nah. Yeah, so not a big thing for me. The big thing is kiwi fruit is often used on pavlova here, which is a very common dessert here. And so pavlova topped with kiwi fruit is very common in summer. And again, it's just very easy to avoid. I went to a work dinner once and it was a last minute addition, so I forgot to send through my allergies. But again, kiwi fruit's pretty easy to avoid, except they made a vinaigrette for the salad and there was kiwi fruit in it. and I took a bite and I immediately felt it and I spat it straight out. And then the waiter was right there, like one of the servers, and they're like, oh my god, are you like what? And I was like, is there kiwi fruit in this dressing? And they're like, yes. And so I went and rinsed my mouth out immediately, and they're like, oh my god, we're so sorry. I was like, look, I was a last minute addition. I never sent through kiwi fruit as an allergy, and it's not a common allergy that most people would expect. Also, I work in a medical laboratory, so there are 4 pathologists who are actual doctors right here. If I'm going to have an allergy attack in front of anyone, the doctors are the best place to do it. Like, I was totally fine with it. It wasn't their fault. I didn't think to check. Again, it's not a common thing. But they were like, oh my gosh, we'll go and make you a salad without the dressing. And I was like, you know, they were so nice about it. And I was like, it's honestly my fault. Like, I literally that day my plans had changed and I'd gone to this dinner, so I hadn't sent through the allergy. And I said, you know, again, it's not something that I even think to check of because it's so uncommon to think about kiwi fruit. But yeah, so they brought me out a salad without the kiwi fruit in it on the dressing. They gave me like a little side of just some vinaigrette that didn't have kiwi fruit. And then when dessert came out, they brought out a whole separate dessert for me because they were like, we also were going to put kiwi fruit on the dessert, but we've cut you off a whole piece of pav without kiwi fruit on it for you in advance. I was like, oh, thank you. So yeah, but yeah, it was fine. Like, I could tell instantly by the tingle that there was kiwi fruit in it, so it just touched my lips and I spat it straight back out, and it was totally fine. And again, I work with pathologists, which are a form of doctor, and so I was like, you know, if I'm gonna go into anaphylaxis anywhere, a room full of medical professionals. But yeah, that's the only ever time that it's been in public, and it was nothing. Like, it's an easy enough allergy to avoid. I don't carry an EpiPen. I don't do anything like that because genuinely it's not something to worry about. Yeah. I'm going to New Zealand to avoid winter and come back when summer is here. Good idea, Stardust. Good idea. It's freaking hot over here right now. It's full on summer. Come experience a summer Christmas. Enough said. Making a cappuccino now. Good choice. Good choice. What am I doing? I don't know. I've lost the blood. But yeah, unfortunately, pineapple gives me the same reaction. But with pineapple, I can still handle like it doesn't matter if pineapple is in the same container. If it's a mixed fruit salad, it's not that, like, I don't even have to have the contamination is an issue for me. And if you cook pineapple, it takes away whatever causes that allergic reaction. It is, the allergen is also is related to birch trees as well, and I get hay fever from birch trees, so it's all related. It's all a specific enzyme or something or other. I was talking to an immunologist about it through work, and he was explaining it to me. So it's strawberries, which again, if I eat like a pile of strawberries, luckily the enzyme's not as strong in them. I have to eat a lot of strawberries to start getting it, but strawberries are fine. I don't eat enough to justify the thing. But yeah, pineapple, just a very, very small amount will start the reaction, but it's not the instant throat closing reaction. But kiwi fruit, it don't even have to have kiwi fruit. It can just be contamination by kiwi fruit and instant lip swelling, throat swelling. So yeah, that's the big one for me. But luckily that's not a major allergen. It's not like eggs or shellfish or peanuts that are found in a lot of stuff or can be cross-contaminated easily. So yeah, pretty easy on the allergies, but a couple of intolerances, which are very different. But we survive, you know? It's fine. It's fine. I just, you know, the only time it's an issue is if I get admitted into hospital because they have to put the allergy bands on me. And so I get this bright neon allergy band and it's like, woo, so pretty. But they have to do that for penicillin as well, because I am also allergic to penicillin. I feel personally attacked? Who knows? I hope that's joking, and I hope you don't, but also what's making you feel attacked, and I'm sorry. Yes, I'm joking. Okay, good. Being silly. Good, good. I thought so by the cross smiley face. You know, the cross-eyed. The XD. That face. I thought so. Just, you know, have to check. Have to make sure that winter's okay. We've got to look after our precious winter. Luminance pencils are a dream in Clara Markova books. Ooh. I would imagine Luminance pencils sound amazing, and they're definitely like a... You know, they say, you know, like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell people, but you'll be able... There would be signs. If I ever get a full sense of luminance, you know. I love you, just not the cold and snow and slush. I wish I could live in the desert, hot and sunny all the time. I don't think I could survive in the desert. I don't do well in extreme heat, but I don't do well in extreme cold. I just want to be somewhere temperate. And like, I mean, New Zealand's pretty mild for climate, so I say that I already live in a pretty mild place. But yeah, I just want my perfect like 18 to 21 with no humidity. 18 to 21 Celsius with no humidity is pretty good for me. Probably more on the 18 side. The only difference is I do like when it's a bit cooler and I can wear a blanket hoodie, because I like feeling all cozy in a blanket hoodie. So, you know. Yeah. I kind of want to live in somewhere, like, autumn palettes aren't me, but I like the autumn temperatures. I like bright rainbow color palettes. I'm not like autumnal color palettes or anything. Give me bright, give me rainbow, give me summery colors, but just give me autumn temperatures. Doing a page in Fairy Miracles for Valentine's Day. Nice. Yeah, I kind of wanted to pull out Fairy Celebrations this month, but I realized I already have a lot of detailed pages. But I do really want to do another Clara Markova page. It's been a while since I've done one, so... I mean, all going well. If I somehow manage to get through my massive list, maybe I will. I mean, I could. I have done a lot this month, but again, a lot of it's been simpler colouring. Because, like, as I was saying earlier, this has become my go-to easy colouring book at the moment, the fairy art. And so I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages in here alone. But this is really simple colouring. So sometimes the numbers look a lot, but if you look at, like, the work involved, it's not quite the same. Nice thing about the desert is there's no humidity, so even if the temperature is the surface of the sun, you can carry an umbrella. It's continually 20 Celsius. Okay, so maybe I could survive the desert, because it's not necessarily the heat, it's the humidity that gets me. And we are quite humid here sometimes. the humidity is just what ends me. It's like, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Want to move to Vegas? Right, I have not put enough green. Let's do another layer of beach, because right now everything is quite blue heavy. Whoops, I just coloured onto wet. I mean, it is a technique. You can colour directly onto a wet surface with an Inktense pencil and get very pigmented colour down. But also, not what I was meaning to do there. Alright, make sure we go quite heavy in the centre so we can... I have to remember tonight to get the video done for everyone's fabulous freebies from last month. And there was a couple of tags overnight for people that have done February's, and then I can also get started on my version of February's page, which actually I don't think is going to be a very long one. It's quite a simple one this month, which is nice. And it's got a snaily whaley. I've ended up colouring a lot of snails this month by accident. I visited Vegas many moons ago and the weather was just chef kiss. Between that and the cute little cactus weeds everywhere instead of dandelions, I was instantly in love. 110, the desert is still hot. Yeah, I think I would miss the green. I think that would be my big thing, because I do love, like I've talked about before, how I get strong forest witch feels, where I want to go and just live in a cabin in the woods. I think that would be the big thing about moving somewhere like the desert. I would also, like, I've grown up near the sea, and I've always been, like, close by to the sea, so, you know, I'd also miss water. Right. God, it looks like I didn't even go over any of these with beach. How are you going to make it green if you don't put any green in there? Well, you can, because yellow and blue, but still. The point is... Silly. Silly, silly. I probably do need a coffee. I'm doing silly things. Amy was a mermaid in a different life. Yep. Yep. Very much. Very much. Being far away from the woods would suck, but I don't know, the desert is still really tempting. That's okay. You know, I say I want to be a forest witch. Winter, you can go and be a sandwich? Or, no, because that sounds like you want to be a sandwich. You know? A sand creature. I don't know. A scorpion, a snake. I don't know. You choose. You choose. Although snakes are kind of cool. You choose the creature. I want to be a mermaid or I want to be a forest witch. Either way. I want to be both. I want to be a forest sprite that maybe lives in a pond. So I want to be a Water sprite? I don't know. I want to be a water sprite that lives in the forest. That's what I want to be. There we go. Maybe I need to say I'm having the forest sprite vibes, although forest sprites and water sprites are very different. But, you know, I hope you know what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I need to go make a coffee. We're going to go and take a little break here. It has been 2 hours, so this is a really good opportunity to just take a little break. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Yeah. Elemental sprite. Yeah, we can each be elements. We can each be an elemental sprite of our own making. You can be whatever you want to be. Let's face it. Be in our own world of our own creations. I'm going to go make a coffee and I'll put you all on the break screen. I will see you all really, really soon. We shouldn't be too long. Okay. Right. We gotta travel. We gotta travel to plan. Let's go to where there are no harsh winters and have a colouring treat. Oh. Honestly, legit, when I go and stay with Sammy for a week, usually the suitcase is 90% colouring. It's like I'm only going for a week or 2 weeks or something, but it's like, but I might want to colour this, I might want to colour this. Like, the most difficult thing about packing is figuring out what colouring to take. It's such a thing. Alright, we're gonna move you to the side. Tim Tam Slam! We're all just the same. We're all just one person, one mind, one brain cell. It feels like it. It feels like some days that somebody else has taken the collective brain cell. So, in case you've never seen a Tim Tam Slam, these are Tim Tams. We have the caramel ones today. They are chocolate biscuits with a chocolate cream center, and this one actually has caramel, and then they're coated in chocolate. And you take the corners, and you bite off the corners, and then it opens up the little cream, and then you suck hot coffee through the biscuit, and it goes all smushy and delicious. And it's so good. And even after you pack way too much colouring stuff, you still forget something every time, Zoe. Every time. I'm making you hungry. Sorry. But also, it's kind of annoying. Have snacks nearby for streams. Especially my stream. We end up talking about snacks and food so often. Oh, that's way too hot to drink. It's almost too hot to do a Tim Tam Slam. Fogging up my glasses as well. Alright. Might do another one of those in a minute when it's a bit cooler. So obviously on this travel plans I need to bring Tim Tams. I can't think of anything more amazing than doing like a colouring weekend with a bunch of colourists and just getting like a little cabin or something somewhere, and everyone brings, like, you could coordinate and everyone brings and shares supplies. So like, you know, you don't all have to bring all types of pencils. It's like everyone brings one different type of set of pencils that you can all share and stuff like that, and you can just have like lots and lots of delicious snacks, like a big fancy charcuterie board, because oh my god, I love a charcuterie board. I mean, it's meat and cheese and crackers and lots of yummy fresh fruits, and you know, it'll be a good weekend. Yes. The, I think they're called maple drops, the maple syrup candies. Those are so good. I had some sent to me by the wonderful Smalt, and I had to make them last as long as I could because they're so delicious. Sounds so much fun. Such a good dream to have. Yeah. If only New Zealand wasn't such a flight away. And, you know, I had funds to do such a thing. It'd just be nice to... I think it'd be nice because, like, colouring is such a solo activity, which, you know, it's a lot of us colour for mental well-being and stuff like that. So, like, it's good that it's a solo activity. It's an activity that we can do to look after ourselves. It's a moment of self-care. But in terms of that, like, because it's so solo, it can be isolating. So, like, being on stream and colouring with y'all is one way to combat it. But it would be so nice to just have somebody that you could, like, just go round to the house, or they come over and you just sit there and colour together. Even if we could go to New Zealand, they wouldn't let us bring any delicious snacks or anything anyway. Depends on the snacks. You can bring food into New Zealand. It's the same thing with being sent snacks from overseas. You can be sent snacks. They need to basically be in commercial packaging. You can't just bring over fresh fruit, for example. I think even like, you know, like homemade beef jerky, you can't just bring that in, stuff like that. I'll find the actual rules, like, because they are strong on our border security for good reason. I think you can't bring honey into New Zealand. I think that's one of the things that you can't bring in. I wonder if this website will actually load. Yeah, so if you are bringing food, you have to declare it. Any food has to be declared. You can't just have food on you, like, you have to declare food. All food items brought into New Zealand, even the smallest amount in ingredients for cookings, needs to be declared. Food items include fresh fruit and vegetables, meat, eggs, seafood, dairy, dried mushrooms and fungi, honey, seeds, spices, grains, pickles, like all of that. Okay, I want to know what the actual banned items are, not how to declare. What food can you bring into New Zealand? Oh wow, it gets like... Yeah, so you can't bring in pork products. We're on meat right now. Okay, meat isn't what we really care about. Meat, stock, and flesh, fish and seafood, dairy and egg, meals and plant products, honey, soy sauce, and other meals. Canned, cooked, preserved, dried, frozen, and highly processed plant products. It is allowed if you cannot grow plants from the product and it's clean, it is identifiable, and it is cleaner-free of biosecurity contamination. So basically it has to be in packaging. It has to be, and you can't grow plants from it. So like unground tea, herbs, roots and spices must be commercially manufactured and packaged in its unopened original packaging. Stuff like that. If the product contains honey, egg or meat, must be commercially manufactured. Packaging states that the less of honey is less than 2%, eggs is less than 5%, and meat is less than 5% of the total weight. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I've never had an issue with commercial snacks. Either way, it's over 23 hours in the air. Yeah, it's a long way to get to New Zealand. We are a long, long way away. My niece is going to Barbados tomorrow for 2 weeks. Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these like flights that you can get direct to London from New Zealand, and they're like 24 hours or like 18 hours, or they're like really long flights. They're some of the longest flights in the world. Most of the time these are stopover because they, you know, have to refuel. Yeah, I wouldn't want to travel by air. I kind of want to take like a boat, go on a cruise or something. That'd be the way to do it. Take much longer, but also be, you know, much nicer. Yeah, the direct to London, I think is a direct, or there is one route that is like the longest route in the world, and it's a direct route. It's like an 18-hour flight. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I just remember thinking, damn, that's a long flight, and then it just got lost into the random facts in my brain because I'd never I could never. The furthest, I've only been overseas once, and that was to Australia, and that was like 3.5 hours just to go to our neighbour. I actually haven't done a lot of flying. It's strange, like, I'm not afraid of flying or anything, but like with all the stresses of the world, sometimes when I get overwhelmed by it, I like to watch videos about plane crashes, which sounds awful, but these certain YouTube channels, and the way that they talk about plane crashes or other disasters like this, and then they talk about what happened and what the investigators did to like investigate it, and then the safety implements that were put into practice after this disaster. And I think it's like, I think it's the idea of watching absolute chaos, absolute hell, and then people pulling through it or learning from it and making the world a better place from this chaos. And I think that's what resonates with me when I watch these videos, and why I like to watch them when everything feels chaotic. Yeah, I know, it's just something I've noticed, is that when I'm in certain mindsets, I'll go for not like plain disaster videos, or, you know, things about different disasters that have happened. And yeah, it's not, they need to be ones where they talk about what was learned from the disaster and what was implemented. Yeah. It also depends on where in New Zealand you're heading. Yes, very much. Yeah. Yeah, we have free three major airports, Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch. Those are the three international airports, I believe. But yeah, if you were coming to see me, for example, I live in the Taranaki region. We don't got an international airport here. We barely have a local airport. So, you know, you're transferring in Ireland regardless. But yeah, it does depend on which area of New Zealand you want to head to as well. But yeah, a lot of flights do stop somewhere. I know we do. I think Singapore is quite a common stopover. I'm pretty sure a lot of flights are not direct and have stopovers. Because even stopping in Australia, you know? Yeah. I can't be on a boat. I have the seasickness. That's valid. That is valid. I think if I had a choice between flying and cruising, I would cruise. Because also flying comes with quite a few challenges for somebody who is mobility limited. Because you can't take your walking frame onto the flight, and you can't take crutches onto an airplane. So immediately to fly anywhere, I have to have a second person and use the airport wheelchair. So it's not like, oh, I can just hop on a flight. Like, I am trying to... I want to go to Wellington in April because a friend is putting on a show. And so I'd like to go and see that show. And it's only like a 40-minute flight, and that would be perfect because I'm not driving down to it. I don't drive between towns. Except I can't just jump on a flight. But luckily buses exist. So that's my plan if it works out. Coffee. I did take my crutches on a plane when I went to Barbados, so my support, so they allowed it, but I got a wheelchair for going around the airport. Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe the rules have changed. I should look into that. Because it would certainly make things easier, though the expense is a lot more. I mean, it's no issue going up and down the aisle because, like, I can lean... Well, no, there'll be people there, so I really shouldn't lean on the chairs, but, you know. And, like, I can walk around an airport on a crutches for a while. A small local airport would be no issue. And just check the walking frame. But, yeah, it's not something I'm likely to do. Anyway, like I said, buses exist, and the buses are great. And yes, it takes much longer, but the buses are also a lot more affordable. Catherine, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you going today? I think the fifth truck stopped running me over, but the other four are still pretty adamant. Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine. I hope things get easier. I'm glad you're here. May you feel chilled and relaxed and at peace, hopefully. Serendipity or Mountain King for first? Oh, okay. Well, Stardust. I have Serendipity, so I'm going to be biased to Serendipity. I love Mountain King though. It's definitely one I would like to get. But yeah, I love Serendipity. I was actually sent that one by the beautiful Winter, with a frog's tail, and fully recommend Serendipity. But yeah, Mountain King looks also very good. And when I decide, or when I get the funds rather, to maybe invest in some more RJ, I think Mountain King is the next one I do want to get. Oh, it's rough, Catherine. I hope it passes soon. Oh, yeah. 12 hours on your feet, Yana? Holy heck. No. No. Especially with your hips. That is too many hours. Gosh, I worked 4 hours on Friday and I complained about that. And I was sitting. Admittedly, it was a very fast-paced 4 hours. And like, my boss actually messaged me afterwards and was just like, thank you, you were Speedy McGee and we could not have done it without you. Paraphrasing there, but yeah. Messaged me afterwards and made me feel very appreciated because it was very much a go sort of day. Like, usually I work 2 hours and it's like these periods of go and these periods of rest. This was just 4 hours of go. And I messaged back and I was like, yeah, I'm happy I could help out, but also not doing that again anytime soon. I have Mountain King but not Serendipity, but Serendipity is on my to-buy list because it looks gorgeous. Thinking I'm going to be buying RJ digitally. He's getting some really good setup on his website. He really is. And it's quite like, I buy Morgan O'Brien digitally. All my, I don't have many Morgan O'Briens. I have 2 that I've brought, and then of course all his free books as well, because he puts so many freebies out. But yeah, I have them all digitally as well, and it's fantastic because you get the gorgeous images and you don't have to worry about the paper. Yeah. My birthday is in April, so I'm making a list in advance to get the funds necessary to pay it off. Smart, Stardust. It's very smart. Yeah. Yeah, Stardust, that makes it a bit difficult if you can only print at the library. So you don't have like a stationery or an office store? Yeah. I also don't have a printer, but I do go to, it's called the Warehouse Stationery here. We have the Warehouse and the Warehouse Stationery. The Warehouse is like Target. And then I think the Warehouse Stationery is the equivalent of Staples. It's an office supply store, but they also do printing. And they let me bring in my own paper. So I can get things printed on whatever paper I want with their big fancy papers. And so it only costs me, I think, it cost me 15 cents a sheet to print, and it's cheaper if you do more as well. So like yesterday I printed off my fabulous freebie pages. So I printed off both of them, so I was like, why not, I'm here. So I took in my own paper so I could get it printed on 210 GSM. And I just passed it over the paper to them and said, hey, here it is, 200 GSM, black and white, single-sided. And they're like, cool, done, printed it off for me. 30 cents. 15 cents a page. Which, as much as it's a pain to not have my own printer, to just print things when I want, because of the cost of ink, it's like, I'll just go and pay 15 cents. Yeah. But yeah, if you don't have a digital access to print, it will be it can be quite different. Yeah. So yeah. Turn out to be with bronchitis. Oh goodness. Yeah. I hope things pick up, Catherine. That's a lot. That's a lot. Is it cheaper to get them digitally? It can be cheaper for the actual file, but you've also got to factor the printing costs into it. So, for example, with Morgan O'Brien's books, I believe they're about $8 New Zealand for me to buy the digital file for his book. From memory, I paid $8 for one of his books digitally. And then whereas if I buy the book off Amazon, I think it was about $16. So it's about half price for me to get the book digitally. But then you've got to factor in the printing. So 15 cents a page, and we'll say, I think there's 25 images in there. So, I'm going to need a calculator for this. Hold up. So if it's 15 cents a page and 25 plus a cover, you know, you might want to have a fancy cover in black and white. So we'll say it's about $4.50 for the printing of the book. And then the paper itself, the paper I buy is $34.99 for 200 pages. So it's 17 cents a page. So 0.17 times 25 is another $4.50. So it's actually about $1 more expensive. Of course, the Amazon price doesn't include shipping, which is another factor to consider. However, I am getting it on better quality paper. So if I was to do it on cheaper paper, obviously that price would come down. So it's not necessarily cheaper, but it is an alternative if you don't like the Amazon paper, or maybe you have access to your own printer and you can print without the cost of printing, or yeah, it's just factors you got to weigh up. Yeah. I could buy them digitally and travel 30 minutes to the closest town and got it printed. So it's not rewarding for my situation, but I'd love to have some books on better paper. Yeah, so there's a couple of things with the digital. So obviously, because it's a digital copy, you can reprint it. With owning digital copies, keep in mind that for copyright reasons, you should not share those files. You are purchasing the rights to buy that file and use it for personal use. So that is not obviously reselling. That it technically means not sharing it around with friends. The difference is, I have, for example, brought digital files and printed and gifted a copy to friends. So that is a personal use type situation. For example, I brought a Colouring Heaven Paper Dolls issue. Where you colour and cut out paper dolls and dress up paper dolls. Printed a copy for me, printed a copy as a Christmas gift for one of my nibblings. So that's a personal gift use situation. But it doesn't mean that, as much as it would be wonderful to message all my colouring friends who also, you know, buy digital books and go, hey, I've got this one, you want to trade? Like, that's kind of impeaching on copyright there, and that's like illegally sharing files, so you shouldn't do that. But because it's a digital copy, you can reprint. So, for example, with Any Day, I'm loving Any Day. I have almost completed Any Day. I could print that book out again and recolor Annie in a whole new colorway. So you've got reprint ability. If you make a mistake, you can reprint the page if you want to. Yeah. If you... So in that sense, it's quite good. The paper quality, obviously, is the big factor. For me, like, I just broke it down for you, and yes, it cost me $1 more per, using that Morgan O'Brien example, it cost me $1 more to print a book than it does on Amazon. However, that didn't factor in shipping, and it may cost me $16 to grab a Any Day or Max Strip Mouse book on Amazon with Amazon paper. However, it's going to cost me $16 shipping to get that to New Zealand. So unless I spend $80 on Amazon to get free shipping, and that only applies to certain items from Amazon Australia, and when I factor in that shipping factor, that changes everything for me. So it's definitely better to print it myself, and I choose to print it on the better quality paper. But even then, like, I have some paper that's not that heavy duty thick paper. that I use for when I want to do certain techniques. I printed on that paper for that page because I wanted to do a certain technique and knew I needed that paper. I have a thinner paper that's only 160 GSM. It's still way better than Amazon quality. That paper cost me 2 cents a page. So already that's saving me like $4, and that takes my cost right down. You can absolutely just use the paper that the printing store provides. I have coloured on the Warehouse Stationery standard paper before, and if I was to use their paper, it cost me 20 cents a page to print, and it's absolutely fine paper for printing. And because you get a discount the more you print, I could go in and print, for example, Morgan O'Brien's freebie books that he put out, Welcome to the Island, Welcome to the Forest, which are the 2 Animal Crossing ones, and then his Star Wars one. I keep meaning to get those ones printed. And the Christmas one that he put out too, the Matchstick Mouse Christmas one. I keep meaning to get those printed. I might just get those printed on the regular paper, and just because that's fine for alcohol markers, which is probably how I'll approach those books. That'll be really, really cheap for me to print. Nessa, hello. Sorry, we've just been discussing digital versus physical buying of books and the pros and cons. Yeah. But yeah, the biggest price factor is the paper and just the original price of the book. But even then, sometimes you can get them on specials. And like I say, Morgan O'Brien puts out a ton of freebies. RJ Hampson puts out a ton of freebies. And so what I do, which might be applicable to you, Stardust, is I just have a folder that I just put all PDFs, freebies, and things that I might want to print into it. And then when I finally get to a certain amount, or if there's something specific I need to print, like the fabulous freebie of the month, that's when I'll take a trip in and go and get it printed. Yesterday I just got those 2 printed because I was in a rush and I didn't have a chance to go and grab the other files off my computer. But yeah, I have a few different things to print. But yeah, it's personal choice. It's just things that you need to weigh up for yourself and what works better for yourself. There's no right and wrong. Like, Amazon paper can work. You can still work with Amazon paper. It's just choosing what you choose to work with and how you want to work and what works best for you. Every situation is unique. How are you going today, Nessa? How are you? Have you seen the color alongs that RJ is doing on his YouTube? Yes, they're so good. It's so cool to see how much he's engaging with the community, and he put out a post of all the pages that he's doing for this month's, his color alongs that he's planning to do. And I'm like, And he's going to do like little packs of the pages that he's planning to do as well if you don't have the books. I'm like, you're just really making me want to get more RJ books, even though I'm really trying to not spend money and I don't have the money. And but yes. It's so good. It's got happy hour today. You just got serendipity, Nessa. Oh my goodness. We've been talking about this. Started because Stardust was asking of serendipity versus Mountain King. And then we started talking about digital versus physical as well. Yeah. He's really good. I do really like his videos, and it's cool to see him as an illustrator engaging in the coloring community in that way too. Yeah, it's a good channel, and it's good, like, from a marketing sense, brilliant move, but also just really lovely to see. I respect it on a marketing level, but I also just respect it in general as artistic, because it's also really good and really fun and really enjoyable and just good videos to put up. Still recovering from being sick. Heading in the right direction though. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I hope you recover soon. I hope everyone that's not feeling well is recovering soon. There's a bit of it going around again. Yeah, sorry Stardust. I want all his book times too. Well, luckily with his books, like the duplicates with a difference, you kind of do get to. But yeah, as I said, I have two RJ Hampson books thanks to the beautiful winter. I have Serendipity and I have a Frog's Tale. The 2 pages I've done so far in a Frog's Tale have kind of not worked because I keep trying to use water-based mediums and saturating the page, and I just need to accept to not do that. But I do like the one I did in Serendipity, and I almost pulled them both out again this month because I was like, I want to do more in here. But I definitely do think I need to get some more RJ in the collection. But as I've said, this year we're really trying to par back on the costs, on the expenses. I did make a purchase yesterday for an art supply. I brought some new paint pens, but I found these ones locally and I desperately needed a white paint pen. I'm like down to nothing in white, and they're actually pretty reasonable for them, like the opacity and stuff. And I was like, well, there's a couple of colors in there that I don't have, so that'll actually be all right. I've still got to swatch them properly. I just tested the white and the pink yesterday. It actually worked quite well, and you can get super fine. So that has been like my one purchase apart from my birthday books, which don't count. This has been the only thing I've purchased so far, and believe me, I have been wanting to purchase so many things and trying so hard and just being like, nope, you don't have the funds. You don't have the funds. It's just like, I'm a hermit, want to stay home in colour. Yes. Mr. Froggity is awesome. Yes. Yeah, I really love the Frog's Tale, and I think because the last 2 pages, like, I made them work. I finished them off, but I'm just not, like, in love with them. It's also making me want to pull it out and be like, I'm going to get a page done in here that I love. But also it's a duplicate with a difference book, so I've got, like, 2 copies of each image, so that's why I'm like, it's fine to experiment and play around and try a few things and figure out this paper, because I'm also not very familiar with Amazon paper, so a lot of it's also been me learning the paper type and figuring out what I can do. But yeah, Mountain King is definitely high on the wish list, especially with it being Lord of the Rings and Hobbit related, because of course Hobbitland. So yeah, Mountain King is high on the wish list. I would like to get the Around the World Mr. Froggity as well. That one looks beautiful. And then Hide and Seek is the other one that I think is pretty high on my personal list. But honestly, all his books are pretty glorious. But those are the 3 off the top of my head that I'm like, I think these 3. But yeah, not right now. Not right now. I have to pay my doctor's bill. I was meant to pay that on Wednesday. I don't know why that just popped into my head right now. Alright, pay doc. Set it for 5 PM. Alert. At time event. Right. If I don't put it in my phone, I'm going to forget again. So it will now yell at me at 5 PM to pay my doctor's bill. I have to go out to my meeting soon. All good, Winter. I need a white Posca, but I have white acrylic paints in a container, so I could use that. But I just like the washing that comes with acrylic. Yes. Yeah, I have white acrylic as well, but also using a brush versus a pen is very different as well. The control I have with a pen is so different. Yeah, I do need to get some more white Poscas because I use these all the time. I've been through so many Poscas. This one is barely hanging on. But to order, like, this is only, I think, like, I can get them for about $7.95 online, which is about the cheapest for a paint pen. But I have to pay $10 shipping, which takes it to $17 for a paint pen. And I'm like, okay. And so there's a store that I always forget about. It's another stationery store, but it's independently owned. And so I happened to pop in there and I said, hey, by chance, do you guys have paint pens? Because they do have a couple of art supplies. They are very, very pricey, but it is at least a little small business, like locally owned. And they took me to, they had like paint pens, but they were for like writing on glass and stuff. And I was like, it is what I want, but it's also obviously targeted towards writing on glass, and this is going in a coloring book. And they're like, oh, hang on, we actually have this new product in, but it's a set. And then took me over to here. So this was $34. So it's double the price that I would have paid for a white Posca with shipping. But we get a range. And I know my black Posca is running low. I know my yellow Posca is running low. And I know my light blue is running low. So it's like, actually, that's not a bad deal to get all of these if they have the opacity of Posca. They're a little bit more transparent. And of course, being a brush nib, they are going to be more transparent. The brush nib ones are more transparent. But for the price, it wasn't bad. And I can't live without a white paint pen. Because my hands do not allow me to paint fine, even, clear lines. We need to win Lotto. Yep. Yeah, we were saying before, you know, if you win Lotto, like, if I won the Lotto, I wouldn't tell people, but there would be signs and things like I would suddenly have a full set of luminance and all these books would suddenly be hauling, and then suddenly all my internet friends would be getting bunches of happy mails, and, you know, like, be like, Tim Tams to everyone. Just Tim Tams to everyone. This is so expensive. That is New Zealand pricing. Yep. Posca pens, art supplies, like, that's actually quite cheap. Things be pricey here, my dear. Okay, we've got one more plant. So we're going to use the same colorway, but I'll use slightly different greens to shade it in the pencil. So it'll be tinted different, but it'll still look green. And you can see we've got like a little bit of light where the light is hitting it, but we're in quite a bit of shadow here, which is kind of what I wanted to achieve. I also want to add a bit more yellow to this leaf because this one's in a lot more light. So we're going to do another layer on this one because that one should be really bright green. Okay, you're at the back so you wouldn't get hit by light, the front side of this, like this leaf here. Let me zoom you in. So this is something that I try to consider when I'm coloring. Like right now, we're imagining the light is coming in and hitting this plant. Now there would technically be shadows from the kitties and stuff like that. We're not going to worry about that. We're just thinking about general light coming in. So technically, I'm imagining these leaves here is sort of the plant curving back like that. So these tops of the leaf here would be getting a little bit of light. And like this side here would be getting a little bit of light. This edge here, getting some light. But then this leaf, it's like it's flat, but then it curves up like this. And with our light, actually the window is providing the light. The light coming here, this is getting hit by the light. But you can see this section is not getting hit by the light at all, because the light's coming this way. So we're not going to illuminate this little piece up here. We're going to leave that one dark. So that's the sort of thing I'm trying to think about. Same here, like this leaf here is looking like this. So you can see here we're getting light here, but this is merging into shadow. We get a little bit of light across the edge, but really a lot of that's in shadow. And then these ones being lower are just going to be fully in shadow. But these leaves I'm kind of imagining like that. And so because they're leaning back a bit, they're all getting in the light, except for as it comes right down here. Never ceases to amaze me how much more art supplies are in other countries. It's just the fact of the transportation cost to get things to New Zealand means that things are inherently more expensive down here, because to get something to New Zealand, you already are doing so much shipping just to bring it down here. So already the transportation costs add up, and shipping is expensive. It is expensive to bring products into the country. So it's a big factor into why the cost of living here is so pricey. Working on a Marie trolley using green colours all day. Fun. Still need to figure out some other greens to use. Instead of using other greens, could you work in complementaries to create variation in the greens you're already using? Like, for example, I'm using dark blues to shade my green. Another trick that I often use is with greens, I'll bring in reds and browns, because that will add another layer of depth and complexity to the greens. And just light translucent layers, but just shade that in to add variations in tone. Like, you can work in other greens, but can you work in other colours? Greens to the greens, like yellows, blues, reds and browns. Could be another way to think about. Yeah. Have to go and get some home cleaning instead of lounging because it won't get done. Love you too, Stardust. You have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much for being here. May you get on with all the things. Listening to all the light talk and whatnot, I think has helped me realize why I struggle so much with the dimension books. It actually reminds me of something RJ said jokingly once in his color alongs. How dare the illustrator force a light source like that? Referring to some shadowing he was put in the page he was working on. Yeah, it is something that I do find very difficult with some coloring pages, because the way that they've drawn it with a light source in mind, but it doesn't match what I want to do for the light source. And it can be useful. Kirby does this a lot. He will put in extra line work to represent shadows and highlights. And sometimes that can work brilliantly, but if you want to change the lighting, or you don't agree with where they've put that shadowing for light sources, it makes it very difficult. Yeah. I think I'm struggling with the fact that the perspective is so forced and then there are pages that don't agree with the source. Yeah, it is something I struggle with a lot on pages, which is why I appreciate a page like this where, yes, we have light sources drawn in because we have candles, but we don't have illustrations of this being a light source. Like, it's drawn as a candle, but there's no ring around it to represent this as a bright light source, or like shading to represent that this would be in shadow. They've allowed for the interpretation, this could be a night scene, so this could be our only light source. This could be daytime, and the light out here is overwhelming whatever little light the candle is putting out. Like, it's open to interpretation. And I mean, it can, like, it works. Alright, let's pull out Fledgling Fairies, because there's grayscale in here. Where's an uncolored page? It's in grayscale. I have very few grayscale pages left in here. Okay. So let's look at this one by Christine Caran. The way that this has been drawn with the shading has been drawn with the light source actually being the moon. And you can tell this because if you look at the nose, the edge of the nose is highlighted and the cheekbones is highlighted. I'm going to bring you right in. So we've got the cheekbone shading done in. The cheek highlight goes right around the eye. The upper part of the brow is also highlighted. The hair is highlighted. Everything's been highlighted as if there is a top-down light from this moon. which, you know, valid, the moon is a strong light source. We've also got shadows coming back down, so for example with the ridge of the wing, and then we've got a shadow being cast, so once again top down light source, except I want to make this the light source, which means suddenly the shading on the bottom of the nose is actually a high point. We have got some shading on the back of the hands, like this is a little bit of a light source, so that is correct, and the lighting down here is a little bit correct, but the face, immediately our lighting becomes around here. This bottom of the nose needs to be highlighted, the bottom of the lip becomes, and the top lip, the lighting changes around here. So grayscale is great for learning how the light works initially, because the lighting in here with the moon, fantastic, but then if you want to interpret this in your own way, it becomes a problem. I find I tend to agree with Kirby for the most part, but dimensions is a 50-50. Yeah, and it depends on the illustrator and how they approach it too. I don't always make the light source make realistic sense, and that's also valid too. And sometimes I don't even bother, because sometimes you don't need to, you know, like sometimes you just want to have fun with it. Like what was the page I was working on the other day, and I was saying I'm not even following a light source, I'm just doing whatever. Sometimes you do, sometimes you just want to have fun with it, but sometimes it depends on the page. I change my mind on pages all the time too, but yeah, I do like grayscale. I mean, again, the Selena Fennick grayscale book has been my go-to for easy coloring at the time. So sometimes I like those little grayscale. I like the grayscale. I like the simplicity, but sometimes it can be difficult when you want to change it up. So it is something interesting to note as well. But it's the same thing with all coloring. Like, you approach pages differently depending on the page, the illustration, the coloring style, the material using. It's just another one of those factors to consider. Yeah, and it is something why, it's a big reason why I chose the Lana Green page for January's Fabulous Freebies, because I knew portraiture was scary to a lot of people, and I knew I wanted to do a portrait. Like, there'll probably be a couple of portraits over the year. I kind of want to break up and do lots of different styles and bits and pieces, but I knew portraits would be one of those ones that a lot of people are like, oh. It's like, if I make the portrait more approachable by choosing an illustrator that does put a bit of shading and grayscale in there, it'll make it a lot easier to approach. And Lana Green is fantastic for doing that, because she does do enough shading on the face to allow you to see the face in a three-dimensional way, but still allows room for you to develop that shading further to adjust it to your own needs. So it's a really good introductory way to start working on portraiture. Excuse me. Honestly, I'm drinking a coffee and an energy drink and still yawning. I've been chatting so much today. We haven't done a heck of a lot, but I do like what little we have done. We're slowly filling her up though. It's just nice to also get some more colour into all this brown. It's just so much brown. I learned portraits were starting with alien faces and non-realistic faces. It took the pressure off from being photorealistic. That is so valid though. It's a really good way to start approaching portraiture, because you're then focusing on the shapes rather than the tones. So it's a really smart way to do it. Hashtag sorry not sorry. Don't be sorry. Again, I love the distractions. If I wanted to be productive, I would not stream. I don't stream for productivity. I stream for socializing, chatting, vibing, and community. I enjoy it. If I was like, no, I want to get stuff done today, I would not stream. Because I would need to get things done. So it would be like, sorry folks. Or I would set it up as a co-working stream where I had the mic off for like 25 minutes and then we'll do 5 minutes of chatting, something like that. If I still really wanted to stream but I needed to get things done. Sometimes streams surprise me, and sometimes I do get a lot done in stream. That's what happened last stream. I got a lot done and I was not expecting it. But sometimes we just get chatty, and that's okay. I enjoy it. I love sharing the passion of the hobby, though, and chatting with you all about all these different things, like, you know, digital versus printed, and color techniques, and illustrators, and, you know, it's great to have a place where you can share and chat about all these things and pick up tips from other people and all that sort of stuff. I love your streams. They make me happy. Aww. Well, it makes me happy that you're here and you enjoy them. It's, yeah, like putting out formal sit-down recorded videos is a lot for me, but doing a stream is very easy. Like, I prefer doing streams to recorded content. I still try. I am trying to record a video for this month. We'll see if we get there. I also have very few times that I can sit down and actually record a video as well, because again, right now my setup doesn't allow me to film at night, which means I only can film during the day, and because like 2 PM onwards is nap time, I basically have the morning, except Monday mornings I aren't free, Tuesday is stream, every second Wednesday I have something on in the morning, Thursday is usually my errand day, and then Friday is stream. Saturday is sometimes available, but I also run mum to markets and I usually do errands on Saturday, especially if I haven't done them on Thursday, so I usually just don't have spoons on Saturdays. And then Sunday is stream, so literally I have basically Thursday mornings for recording, and depending on what you're trying to record, like once a week is not often. So yeah, it's something I realized is that I have very little actual available recording time. Right, we definitely need some more blue in that one, because that is not dark enough at all. I'm in the process of attempting to be productive while being sick. I hope you feel better soon, but also, you know, your body needs to rest and recover. So don't put any pressure on yourself. It is okay to just be. You are allowed to just be. If you don't rest, your body will force you to rest. There's a little sandfly that has been hanging around here for so long, and I think I might have just got it. Trying to put my Prismacolors into pencil cases. Nice. I did that recently too with my Prismas. Got a bigger case because I thrifted pencils at a shop for next to nothing. $2.50 for 41 pencils. Damn. Some are only half size. Still great deal. Absolutely. That's a fabulous deal. I have my polys in a 120 case. I have my Prismas in a 181 case, so that has the full 150 plus my couple of spears at the front as well. But for my polys, all my spare Polychromos actually live in their own pencil case because I have so many spare Polychromos pencils. I'm almost at a point though, like a lot of my polys are getting ridiculously small. Like they're still usable, but a lot of my pencils are very, very small. But they're still very usable. Like I can still use these. They just have to go on extenders. So I don't. But you know, it won't be too long before I have to do a big swap over of a few of them, depending on what colors I use. But yeah, must use every single little millimeter of the pencil. And then even when the pencil's all used up, we don't even throw them out. They go into a retirement home. And one day, we'll find a use for all the little nubs. All the little nubs. My biggest set is Castel Arts, 286 pencils. Ooh. Yeah, Prismas are my biggest at the 150. I would love to one day get the Brute Veruna 520 set. Like, it just seems ridiculous to me, but I would love to get it. To get the full 520. It would be frustrating though, because I'm sure that there's colours in there that are unique. Like if there's 520 pencils, there's gotta be some colours that aren't available in other sets, right? And the fact that I would use that colour up and then not be able to replace it without buying a full 520 pencils would be super frustrating. Which is a big reason why I don't buy sets that you can't buy open stock. But I have talked about before, Castel Arts Harmonious set is one that I am very interested in getting, because that feels like a really good complementary set to existing sets I already have. Which is what I kind of look for in pencils now, is colours that will complement sets I already have. Because I have my Polys, I have my Prismas, I have my Pablos. I still need to finish collecting all my Pablos, obviously I only have 30 of them. But between those 3 sets, I feel like there's enough there with different pencil build up, and they're all available individually to me for refills, that I don't need to invest in like RTX or this brand or this brand. Like I've got the core sets, I can replace colors as I need them, they're accessible locally, so that's kind of all I really need. But I still look at other sets, because if there are unique colors or a unique set, like in the case of the Castel Art Harmonious set, where they put out that beautiful muted, beautiful set of unique colors where it's like, okay, this is so different to all the other sets, it would be an additional complement that would just expand the range. Yeah. Get the Bruckner squares or black pencils, 180 set, better than the others. Yeah, I think it's a Bruckner squares. But yeah, the 520, the size of the 520 I think is just what interests me. Like 520 pencils, but I'm sure there's some very similar pencils in there. I like the idea of 520 pencils in different colors, but I don't need it. It'd just be like a fun, like, whee, 520 pencils. Yeah, they really do. That's the problem. They're just not, they're not accessible. Again. Release the Harmonia set. I think they weren't prepared for just how strong the reaction was for that Harmonia set though, and how popular they became. But again, it is such a unique set and it's such a beautiful blend, so of course it's like, I have seen that they've come back in stock recently though. Again, still not accessible to me in New Zealand, but at least they're a little bit more accessible to everyone else now that can access them. Okay. I'm really putting off doing the barrels and the chest because it's just going to be more brown and I don't want to do more brown. So we have this big glob of green here, green in his eye and green in the leaf. So we do really have to bring in green somewhere else. I suppose I could do one of the gems green. That would be a really obvious start. I'm not looking forward to doing all those gems. I'm going to be perfectly honest. That part just looks tedious to me. It looks so tedious. And I am very, very inclined to just pull out a bunch of glitters for all this and like metallic gold for all the gold and just have that all sparkly and shiny and not have to worry about it because that just looks tedious. I can take a picture of my swatch chart for the Bruckner 520s and send it to you. Oh, I have seen a few swatch charts online. Like I can see that some of the colors are very, very similar. Like it's not like 520 clearly unique pencils. There are some very similar pencils, but yeah, I think it's just like the size of it and the number of them. It's just like a, oh, this is so cool for the novelty of it, but practically there's no reason for it for me. I think it's just a novelty thing. But again, like, if we brought every single novelty impulse, no. Again, no money to spend on them this year anyway. Okay, so if we're not going to do more green and we're not doing the brown, what else could we do? We could do the pirate ship. We could get that into silhouette. So we actually do want to pull out some blacks for this, but I want to go really warm black because it is still being backlit and it would still have colour. Although it's a pirate ship, I want to do black sails regardless. So I think what we'll do is we're going to use some sepia ink because I love the warmness of that. We might even bring a little bit of brown around the edges where it's getting a little bit of light. So it's like the yellow glow of the edges. Though it does get more purple as the sun goes up. So, ooh, this is going to be interesting. Actually, before we do anything, let's write down our greens so that I can come back and pull the same greens out if I choose to do something else green later on. Let's be smart about this, Amy. I mean, I can go back and watch my own stream, but it's also much easier just to have it written down. 1535 for the lime, 1510 for the beach, 1000 for the bright blue, and 1100 for the deep indigo. leaves. Okay. 520 set would be pretty displayed on the wall somehow. Yes. So, as I said, we're going to pull out sepia ink because I love the warmth of that black. It is a very warm brown black. No, pure matte brown. You're not what I want. I want natural brown. I've already used that one so much already. And that will give us a bit warmer edges. And then I think we'll pull out another favorite color, dark mink. And they'll give us warmer edges but more towards the purple. So less of the yellow coming through, but give us a lighter tone. And then just so we get some like really dark areas in there, let's also pull out Indian ink. Because it's still a bit of a warmer black, but it's merging more into the neutral black instead of the very clearly brown black of sepia ink. So we'll start with the natural brown. And again, we're really just going around the edges here. Just to give us where the light would be catching and reflecting. And I will be colouring entirely over that skull and crossbones. Because our ship is in silhouette, we wouldn't actually see that much of that, so we'll use a pencil, like a white pencil that is slightly transparent, to bring that back out. So we'll bring up the natural brown to about the edge of the pink, and then that's when we'll start working some mink in. And here we have a bit of a crease, so we will highlight the high... No, actually we don't need to do that at all, because that won't matter, you won't see that at all with the light. That's okay, if any's remaining it'll blend in to the ink, the sepia ink and the Indian ink anyway. We have our dark mink. Make sure we merge this a bit into the browns as well. And areas where the two colours meet. And we use the Indian ink. Nope. Sepia ink. I'm doing well today. Oh, goodness me. It's fine. It'll be fine. So color the whole thing with sepia ink. And then we take the Indian ink and we do the center of that with a little bit of this, just to darken up that center where it's getting absolutely no light touching it because it's in silhouette. Do, 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 do. And a little bit on the centers. I have the 2 sets of 520s, a set of 500 Bellissimos, a 300 Color, 3 sets of the 240 Color, a set of the 260 Mitsubishi, a set of the Macro. I have a lot of similar colours and all those. That's okay, Catherine. These, like, collecting art supplies and using art supplies is 2 separate hobbies, but there's also nothing wrong with being a pencil collector. If you like collecting sets, like, collect the sets, enjoy the pencils. Pencils have different qualities, used in different ways, work differently in different papers. So if you like having lots of sets, enjoy having lots of sets. I'm off, maybe back later. If not, double love and stuff there. Oh, good winter. You have a wonderful meeting. Thank you so much for being here, lovely. Take care. I'm all for coloured pencil hoarding. I don't have nearly enough yet. Absolutely. If you are the type of person that wants to have lots of sets, have lots of sets. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, if it makes you happy, you got the funds to do so and you want to, do it. If you only have the 1 set and you're content with the 1 set, be content with the 1 set. Like, again, my pencils that I have, I view pencils practically. I look at what I can easily get, what I can easily replace. I have no qualms about getting more pencils, and I would love to have lots and lots of sets of pencils and all that sort of stuff. I'm also just aware of what I have access to and what I can and can't use here. But yeah, like, nothing wrong with having lots of pencils, nothing wrong with having no pencils. You cannot colour wrong, you cannot collect colouring wrong. You know, it's whatever makes you happy. And there's, like, different pencils operate in different ways because they have different recipes, different pigments, different bindings. So, like, the Prismacolor, Polychromos, and Pablo pencils that I use, they each have different properties. Like, Polychromos being oil-based are quite translucent and they're beautiful for layering. And so I like to use them to build up different tones, to tint things. You know, if I've based an image a certain way and it's like, you know, with this water I was talking about before, how we need to tint it blue, I can layer in Polychromos to just tint it slightly bluer without giving it too much of a blue tone. Prismacolor are more opaque, and so they're great for when I do want to overlap certain colors. So if I wanted to pull the skull and crossbones out really, really strongly and make it really clear, working in with a Prismacolor pencil would be great because of that opacity. So it's great for bringing out details, doing sharp highlights, and the smooth blendability of it means you can blend really odd colors together. So I've used Prismas before when coloring an underwater scene so that I could do like color in something orange but have a blue glow around it for the edge of the water. And then Pablo's I feel like is my happy middle ground between them. Like they're more opaque than Polychromos, but they're not as opaque as Prismacolor, and they operate differently, they layer differently. So yeah, like different pencil sets also have different pros and cons to using them and can be used in different ways to effectively color a page. Yes, they do. Old pencils are cool too. It's really cool to see like pencil history and how pencils have developed as well. One of my, I say I have the 120 Polychromos pencils. I technically have 121 Polychromos pencils because I also have in my Polychromos pencil case a very precious pencil, which is this one here. This is a Polychromos. This is a discontinued color, light violet. Dear God, do I need this pencil to be actually available open stock regularly? Like Polychromos needs this pencil. In fact, most coloring sets don't include a light grey purple like this light violet color. It is a desperately needed color in the colored pencil case. Like look at those purples. You go pink, 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 pinky purples, dark purple, blue. Like this is missing so badly from this set. But it's a discontinued color, so it's a very precious Polychromos pencil. As I said, collecting art supplies and using art supplies is also two separate hobbies. So same with colouring books. Collecting colouring books and colouring in colouring books, two different hobbies. You can collect them and view them as an art book that maybe you'll colour in, but maybe they're just a book you flip to give you joy. Collecting art supplies and using art supplies, two different hobbies. Too much water. Too much water. Okay. I used too much water, got rid of all our shading, and now it just kind of looks flat. Still didn't bleed through though. Also, I realized my brush was too scratchy, and that's part of the reason why I'm having blending issues. So I've just changed to a softer brush. I was using an acrylic brush instead of a watercolor brush. Don't ask me why. Like collecting, shopping are two totally different things. Exactly. I'm not entirely sure hubby appreciates my collecting supplies side of the hobby. Well, you know what you can do, Catherine? You can always just get rid of the hubby, and then you have more room for the hobby. Nail art brushes, they are this set here, not that one. This one. These are nail art brushes. They're great. I also have a couple of like miniature painting brushes from when I used to paint miniatures for tabletop roleplay. My brushes are just odd assortments of cheap brushes that I just find around the place. Be right back. Need to fix something to eat. Haven't eaten today and it's 6:30 p.m. Oh my goodness, Yana. Yes, please do go and fix yourself something to eat. Self-care. I should probably actually make myself some lunch at some point. Which is easy enough to do because I cooked so much last night that it's just dump some into a bowl and chuck it into the microwave. It's not a hard lunch, it's just leftovers, but that's why I made so much, so that it could be easy eating. Even if I'm not the biggest fan of what I made. I'm going to have to cover it in hot sauce. Actually, it'll be really good with my bulldog hot sauce. Ooh, yes. I made like a chicken, bacon, and mushroom pasta bake, but like I knew making it that it wasn't exactly a flavor combo that I like. Like I like chicken, I like bacon. Not a huge fan of cooked mushrooms, but really not a fan of like creamy mushroom sauce. That's a big problem. So it's like a creamy pasta. And I did chuck in like lots of onion and garlic and other flavors, but I knew going into it like this isn't going to be a flavor combo that I'm hugely excited about because it's too on the creamy side for me. But it was also been on a bit of a mission to clean out the freezer and use a bunch of old stuff in the freezer. So it was just about using up lots of old stuff in the freezer and helping Mum clear out that freezer so we can do a proper de-ice of it, which I did. I used up a lot of, like we had a bunch of diced like riced broccoli and cauliflower. That was frozen in there. There was like a frozen bottle of cream for sauce. There were some old chicken thighs that I used up. There were some old bacon bits. Like it's lots of little bits and pieces just being used up in it. So it's very much a dump and bake sort of meal, but it's helping clear out the freezer, which is the point. Even though we are going to have to freeze half the pan, but that'll go into smaller containers and we'll eat it for a few days too. So yeah. So we're getting there with the freezer. We almost could fit everything that's left in that freezer into our other freezer now and give it a good de-ice. We're almost at that point. And I can see what's left in there, so I know the next big thing I need to do is a sausage dish. So we're going to do some like deviled sausages because there's quite a number of bags of different sausages in there. So we'll do like a sausage casserole or something. I'm going to have to work over this to deepen it with the pencils, but half my blending's getting missed as well and blending out, but whatever. It's in place, that's the main thing. entire set of the Beryl Sanford Prismas used in architecture school. Whoa, that is amazing, Yana. Oh, too much water. Way too much water. I forgot to dry off my brush. Also little cat hairs. Shadow. When I went out and made my coffee, he was so content. He found he's been sleeping on a reusable shopping bag that's insulated for frozens. But where it was placed is exactly in the cross breeze between the two doors. So he's like so content there right now because he's got this cool breeze whipping over him. It's like normally he puts his head up and moves. Or like looks when I move into the kitchen. He's like, he's out. He's so out there. So content. It's like, I ain't disturbing you, cat. You can stay there. Make a New Orleans style gumbo with the sausages. My mum doesn't do spice. And we also don't do seafood. So... yeah, it sounds delicious though. But that's okay. Like the sausage casserole, the deviled sausage. I don't know why it's called deviled sausages. I know, but it's yum. I don't mind it. It's an easy dish to make as well because it can go in the crock pot and it's just a crock pot dish. So very minimal cooking. Just chopping up some stuff, put it in the crock pot and let it do its thing all day. Okay. Still haven't bled through, even though I accidentally piled on the water here. I'm still going to have to do another layer, but that's okay. So we are going to take a little break here again. It's been another 2 hours almost, or I'll be coming up to 2 hours, but all this talk about food has made me realize I am actually really hungry. I had breakfast at like 6:30 a.m. So in fact it's 12:30. Yeah, it's been a while. So I also need to make some food. Again, like I said, it's pretty easy. We're just going to dump it in a bowl and dump it in the microwave. So we are going to take about a 5-minute break here, which is a perfect opportunity if you need to make food, to go and make food. If you want to make a coffee, if you need to put the dishwasher on or do a load of laundry, if you need to take your meds as well, which I will be due for when I come back. You know, good opportunity to do some self-care, look after yourself. So we will be back shortly. And I'll see you after our little break. Okay. Hi. Welcome back, everybody. We have chicken, bacon, and mushroom pasta bake, and we have bulldog hot spicy chicken sauce. I'm just going to drop that in everywhere. Probably gonna need more than that, but that'll start. Alright. 971 was made for 3 years, I think, if my memory is correct, but they are my precious. Ooh. Love that y'all are just having a full-on conversation about vintage pencils. My prize pencil is a L'Oreal, purple awkward. It was never used, never sharpened. I don't know what it is about the purples. Like, I feel like a lot of people have like a precious purple pencil. And if you look at pre-made, if you look at sets of colouring pencils, purples are often the colour that feels like they're lacking. I think that's another reason why the Castle Art Harmonia set was just like, oh wow, because there's so many purples in there. And I understand, because purple pigment is one of the harder pigments to do. And it's one of the more expensive pigments. But yeah, every time I look at a set, a new set of coloured pencils, the first thing I'll look at is the purples. Because you can tell a lot by a set by its purples. Oh yeah, spicy sauce makes it so much more tolerable. Alright, we're just going to have a few mouthfuls, so my belly actually feels like it's had some food. We only had like one tiny packet of gluten-free pasta in the cupboard when I was making the pasta bake, and I poured it in. It's like, proportionally this is not enough pasta, but I also wasn't running out to the supermarket to get more pasta, so I just took a packet of spaghetti and broke it up and mixed that in as well. So when I told Mum and I told her what was in it, she just cracked up laughing. I was like, look, I was using what's in the cupboards. I wasn't going to go and buy anything. She's like, it's valid, it's still pasta, it still works great. But yeah, so there's a mixture of penne and spaghetti in this pasta bake. Again, it was very much just a whatever I can find in the house and use type dinner. It does the job. Again, it's not my favourite thing in the world, but it does the job. And sometimes food is just that. It's food to nourish you. It's not about having the tastiest food or most exciting food. Sometimes food is just nourishment. It's okay. Oh my goodness, Stardust and Nessa. Have we got neighbours? Fun fact, I was at a stream one time and I was chatting with someone And without like revealing where we were based, like we worked out we were both in the Naki region. And I was like, are you in the main center or an offshoot? And they were like, oh no, I'm in the main center. And I was like, is centrally or suburbs? And they're like, because they mentioned, oh no, I live centrally. I was like, I live centrally too. And I was like, are you on the seaside of this point or the mountainside? And they're like, seaside. And we managed to work out, without revealing our addresses or giving away too many identifiable features, that we were literally within 3 blocks of one another, online watching a streamer based in the UK. It was just hilarious. I also, this is going back years and years and years ago, I did a giveaway on Twitch and I had someone win, and I knew they were New Zealand based, but at that stage I didn't realise where they were based in New Zealand. And then I asked for their shipping and they gave me an address and it was like for my town. I was like, wait, you're based in my town? They're like, oh my god, I didn't realise you were actually in said town. I was like, so rather than me shipping, do you want to meet up for a coffee? And so I met this person. It was really cool. And I gave it to them in person. And then they are heavily involved in the theatre. So I see them about once a year with the theatre shows. So yeah, we end up connecting every once in a while and they'll come up and be like, how's your streaming going? And stuff like that. Because they don't have time to watch streams anymore and hang out streams. But yeah, we catch up once a year usually with the show. So yeah. Small world, eh? Small world. So it's a great big world where we stream all over the place, but then also sometimes you just find your neighbours randomly. Obviously, for safety reasons, please don't reveal your address online, but, you know, general, like I say, I live in Taranaki. I've admitted I live in New Plymouth, which is my town. I won't go further than that. But, you know, a town of 160 odd thousand people. And no, I think that's the Naki region is 160. There's definitely not 160,000 people here. I think there's 80,000. I've never heard of Laurentons, but honestly, if they are like amazing pencils, that's awesome. And there's nothing wrong with student grade pencils either. I use my Faber Castel classic colors all the time. Now, I'm not going to go over all those thin lines because that's going to be a nightmare to do. We're just going to base this whole thing in sepia ink. And we'll add in some highlights for the sunlight and stuff like that. I ate too fast and now I've given myself a little bit of hiccups. I only ate a couple of mouthfuls. Healing Pittsburgh area, awesome. Good. Just wanting to make sure you stay safe, just in case, you know? Just in case. Not saying that either of you are unsafe, but you never know who's out there, and it's always better to be safe where you can. Because, you know, I want you around. I want you to be able to hang out and chat with me and tell me cool things like brands of pencils that I've never heard about. The older versions of Crayolas are good too. I'm not surprised. A lot of older pencils are fantastic. Oh, that's right. I do need to colour in one more area because that is actually a pole, but I coloured it as if it was sunset. I was meaning to go back over that. You can see the warmness in the sepia ink when I just use the sepia ink on its own without any of the Indian ink. It really does give warm dark brown instead of black, but it's technically in the ink family. But it's very, very pretty. Yeah, exactly. You can definitely work with any type of pencil. It just, certain pencils mean less work. Like, you can do amazing things with Crayolas. You can do amazing things with very cheap pencils, but better quality pencils will make things easier. But it doesn't mean that you have to invest in the most expensive pencils. A lot of people locally, when they've said, you know, I want to start colouring or I want to try out some colouring, one of the things I'll suggest to them is Faber Castel Classic Colours, because they are very easy to access here and they're very cheap. Same with Crayola pencils. I prefer classic colours, the Faber Castel Classic Colours, because I feel like you get more pigment payoff than the Crayolas. But yeah, like, they're very hard pencils though, but like for a starting set, they're not bad. They come in like 48 colours for very cheap, and like it's a set to start with to see if you like the hobby, and then it's like if you get into it, then you can start investing in, you know, bigger colour ranges, more pencils, stuff like that. But just try it out first. Honestly, a cheap pack of gel pens or water-based markers can do amazing things in a colouring book. You can go to the coin store and just buy some coin store products. I know, like in the States, you often call them, I think, like Dollar Tree or Dollar General. We call them coin stores here. Most of the time, the things that would be $1 are $2 here, though most of them are now $5. $2 shops no longer exist because they couldn't maintain keeping things for $2, so they became $2 and $5 shops for a while. That was our equivalent of the Dollar Tree, or the dollar store was our $2 stores. But then they were struggling, and so they did $5 stores, and then they started doing more expensive stores, and now they just call them coin stores. It's very common to go in there and see things for $30 or $40, and it's like, it used to be the store you went in with $2 because you could find something for $2. No, Nessa, you've been fantastic. I love learning about all the pencil nerdiness as well, because I'm also a pencil nerd to the point that I love learning about this, and I'm loving, because again, different brands as well, like what I can access here in New Zealand, significantly less, so I'm learning about a lot of different brands that I haven't necessarily heard about before, so please share your knowledge. It's a great place to share knowledge. Faber Castel Black Edition, yes, I've got a 24 set of those, and they're actually quite good. I quite like them. I do want to get the, because the 24 set is significantly missing skin tones. So I do want to get their black edition skin tones. I also found out that there is a paint pen, Faber Castel black edition paint pen range, and they do some neon paint pens for pretty reasonably priced. So, because I've been looking for neon paint pens for a next section in Alien Worlds, I've been looking at neon stuff for it, so it's good to know. Every pencils have potential to do great things, just depends on how you use them. Exactly, Stardust. And if you can figure out how to best use the material, then you're going to get the best results from it. And sometimes it can take playing and practice. Dollarama is what it's called here. There you go. Yeah, I had a feeling they're called like different dollar names, like Dollar Tree, Dollarama. Yeah, there's a few different ones here, but again, we just call them coin stores. Right, that ship needs a lot of work, but hey, it's based. It does need another layer of like actual black on it though, because it's looking like brown. It needs to be black. It's meant to be in silhouette, but another layer will fix that up. The main thing is it's based, it covers up the white of the page. And we can go in a bit later and deepen it with another layer. Alright, I need to start thinking about these outfits and what we're actually going to do for these outfits. You know what I should do? Thing I do every... Yeah, sorry, hiccups. Every time I'm stuck, we go to Google. Pirate outfits. Of course, we're getting a lot of red and black and white. Which I do want to bring in some red. So I'm not opposed to doing some red, but I want more colorways. Actually, a navy blue could be quite nice too. Lots of browns, and lots of greys. Yeah, I'm just saying lots of browns, blacks, reds. Oh, that one's in green. That one's quite cool. Lots of like royal colours though. Rich royal colours. Which does go with our vibrant palette anyway. But also the kids playing dress up. Like, let's face it, we can really make it anything we want. I mean, we could do green here and that would bring in more of our green. But we really kind of need to balance the green. Like, it's quite green heavy here, so it might be, we've got a little touch. We really need to bring green over here, which is the gem. Yeah, I think if we did like a blue coat for Heek, like a dark blue, royally blue coat. And that would also give us a little bit of a break between the browns of the rocks, and then we can bring browns into his clothes if we want to. One of the kitties does need a red dress. Did want to bring some red in. Okay, well, let's just start with the blue. We know we're doing blue. So start with what we know. Reuse colors where we can. So we'll pull out, we've got the deep indigo and the bright blue. bright blue. I think if I actually bring in some iris, that would do it. And if need be, I could even bring in a little bit of the dark purple to get some really deep shadows if I need it. Right. Okay. Same thing again. We are being backlit. Now we would have a little bit of a yellow orangey glow around the edge of these just from the light coming in, but that's another thing I'm going to be doing with the pencils, is coming in and adding like little orangey highlights. So our goal here is to actually just indicate the shading and the dimension of the fabric. So we'll start with deep pleats where it would be in a lot of shadow. I love how oversized their costumes are too. So underneath is where it's in a lot of shadow. And this is where we may need to pull in another color just to really deepen these tones. I think I will. Maybe I'll pull in a little bit of the Indian ink. Talking about shadow, we haven't seen the little guy today. No, and I don't think you will, because when I went out to get my lunch, he's in the lounge. There is a insulated shopping bag that he loves to sleep on. And where this shopping bag is placed is currently in the perfect sort of cross breeze between the front door and the back door. So there's like a cross breeze. He is so content. Like normally when I go out to the kitchen, he'll at least poke his head up and look to see, oh, who's coming or what the noise is. He is out to the world. He's obviously like very happy right where he is and very content in that little bit of breeze. So until he's had his good old sleep and he's happy and ready to play, I don't think we'll see him. And I get it, because you know when it's like a hot summer's day and you lie down for a rest and you just have that perfect amount of breeze on you and you just temperate on that hot day, it's so easy to drift off. Free kitties, Griffin, Clover, and Bella, and free budgies, Clue, Mystery, and Ducky. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Love the names. We just have the Shadow. We also, there are strays around here. So we used to have, the main stray was Piggy Wiggy. Nicknamed Piggy Wiggy because obviously he ate a lot. He originally was going to be called Night because he was Shadow's twin. Literally, like, we suspect somebody dumped him here thinking that Shadow had maybe impregnated a local kitty cat or something, but Shadow's neutered, so it wasn't Shadow, but the look-alikeness of them is crazy. Like, they're twins, except Piggy Wiggy was a much tinier version because obviously Piggy Wiggy's much younger than Shadow. So we did feed Piggy Wiggy for a really long time, a couple of years here, because he was a stray, but he's also a very feral stray. So we never quite socialized. Got him comfortable enough to come in the house and would eat. And mum loves cats, and she's a bit of a soft touch for cats. So, of course, you know, she can't just leave a cat go hungry. Plus, we've got so many native birds around here. It also is, like, if we feed the cats and keep them content, they're not going to go over the birds. So, another reason why we feed the strays. So, yeah, we're looking after Piggy Wiggy for 2 years, essentially. Just feeding him. Couldn't touch him. Couldn't pet him. And then, unfortunately, he got very badly hurt. We suspect he broke his back leg somehow. So there was quite a bit of an effort to catch him, using the SPCA's help with their traps and stuff like that. There was a whole bunch of kerfuffle, but eventually he was caught. In fact, he was caught on a Friday afternoon and during stream, and I had to kind of end stream quickly because we had to rush him down to the SPCA because we had finally caught him in a cage after like 2 weeks of him avoiding this cage and being super smart about being caught. So yeah, that was December that we took him to the SPCA, and he has to obviously have repair done on the leg, and then he has to be socialized, and then he has to be advertised as a stray, and then he can go up for adoption. So he will go out to a new family and be rehomed. So we no longer have Piggy Wiggy, but we did take care of Piggy Wiggy for a long time here. And then there's another prominent stray, which is like a tabby cat, very pretty cat. But he will literally just come in the house, eat all the food, and then run away again. And then there's a couple other cats around and other creatures, but those two, Piggy Wiggy and the tabby, were the two main strays that felt comfortable enough to come around the house. And the ones that Piggy Wiggy would let come in and eat his leftovers, his rejects. Perfection! Lynn. Hello, hello. Just woke up and of course I'm enjoying my morning latte. Excellent. Made so much progress on the snake and just keep forgetting to post. You're all good. It happens. I've got like so many pages that I need to post or send to people. And I've just been like, nah. Mine is Maui, Puce, and my life Pooh, because she was a big fluff when she was a baby. That's cute. So yeah, we just have Shadow. When I was growing up, we had 3 cats. So we had a ginger boy who was called JB. Jaybee. And that is because he used to actually eat jelly beans, which were called JBs by a local candy company. And he used to love eating the black jelly beans. So we called him JB. I think he lived to like 20, it was. He got pretty old. He was pretty blind and deaf and definitely getting there by the end. You know, how he passed on is kind of hilarious. In retrospect, it's not hilarious, but you know, the circumstances surrounding how he finally went is one of those, like at the time awful, but looking back you kind of have to laugh at the whole shenanigans of that weekend. So yeah, we had JB, and then when I was 8, the neighbours across the back fence from us, their cat had kittens, and I begged Mum and Dad for a kitten when I turned 8 for one of the kitty cats, so I got one of them, and it was this gorgeous tortoiseshell cat, and her name was Tinker, or Tinkerbell. We just shortened it to Tinker. So there was Tinker, and then when I got her, Mum and Dad were like, now, you know, we're going to have to neuter her in 6 months' time. Remind us to neuter her. And, like, I'm an 8-year-old kid. I ain't going to remind them of this. But, yeah, they genuinely forgot to neuter her. And she got pregnant pretty quickly. And I'm, like, not going to remind her because you just told me a way that we could have more cats. So, yeah, she very quickly, when she was of age to be neutered, got pregnant pretty much straight away. And so she had a litter of kittens, and from her litter we kept the runt, which was little Tigger, who was this gorgeous grey tabby. So we had 3 cats there for a while, and then for Tigger was unfortunately the first one to go. Not to die. So Tigger, being a little runt cat, had a couple of issues, mostly that they were allergic to fleas, and at that time we had moved up to where I currently stay. Penguins and red pandas. Sorry, your name took me a minute there to process. Hi, kia ora. Welcome in. Sorry, we're just talking about cats and pets and stuff like that. So yeah, Tigger was the first cat that we lost. Well, we didn't lose. Again, let me rephrase this. We had moved up to this house that I now actually live in when I was about 13. So, you know, 25 years ago. We moved up here, and it's surrounded by bush. And so the cats had great times running around the bush. But because it's in the bush, there's also areas where fleas nest. And Tigger was highly allergic to fleas, which cats can be, and so Tigger just couldn't be comfortable here because they were getting sick because of the allergies, because of the fact that it was surrounded by bush, and they are used to being an outdoor cat, and they're just getting fleas all the time. And like, you can flea treat them, but these fleas around. And so what happened, and like my younger brother actually thought this was a euphemism for the cat being euthanized, which is hilarious because mum and dad got a rehomed Tigger at the farm, so they sent Tigger to the farm, which, you know, we thought when we were older, oh, that was a euphemism for actually euthanizing the cats. No, Tigger was legit sent to a farm because we had a family friend who had working cats. So it's like a barn cat that chases the mice and stuff for their cows. And so it was a not flea like bushland like we had. So Tigger could still be outside, be a working cat. They were an avid hunter. And so they went to there to become a working cat and hunt the mice in the barn for the farmer. So yeah, Tigger did really well out there. So that was the first cat we lost, unfortunately. And then it was quite a few, about 5 years later, at that point, JB, my oldest cat, the ginger boy, he was, you know, 18, and he was starting to he was blind, he was deaf, he was definitely on the home stretch, but he was comfy, you know, he was happy. He liked being around people because he was blind and deaf, so he needed to know that there were people there, and, you know, we were having to give him soft food and stuff like that. So he was definitely getting on a bit. And then we had a weekend where all chaos erupted here, and this was when I was 18. It was just before I finished high school. The council had been doing roadworks in the cul-de-sac just outside, and when they had been doing roadworks, they had accidentally cracked a sewage line. And this is when we found out there was an illegal sewage connection from one of the next door neighbor houses that went into our house, because the sewage got blocked, backed up, and then suddenly the bottom exploded. So not great. So yeah, our house was like not accessible. We had to go to a motel for a few days. The council had to come out and not only redo the road and fix the drain pipe issue, but then come and, like, all our basement had to be stripped out, and a bunch of stuff had to be thrown out because it was all contaminated and it was a biohazard. So it was a big thing, right? So my family got rehomed into an emergency motel for a couple of days while this, or a few days while this was all being sorted, which is the first and only time I've had to share a room with my brothers, and I'm glad I never had to do it again. But, you know, it was emergency motel for a few days while we were getting stuff sorted. But while we're at the motel, obviously there were builders up at the house while they were stripping and decontaminating the house and then repairing the house from what had happened. And so my dad kept popping around to the house because, of course, the cats were here, and the cats we couldn't take with us. They, again, slept outdoors, were very comfortable being outdoors, so we had no qualms letting them outdoors overnight. JB had like a little area on like a deck that he slept in, so he was okay, but Dad would come up and, you know, feed the cats, make sure the cats were okay, and we just let the builders know, hey, be aware there's 2 cats on the property. JB, being blind and deaf and liking company, decided to wander down and slept under one of the trucks of the builders, and of course was blind and deaf and did not hear when the builder started the car up, and did not move when the builder started the car up. And they were horrified because here they were dealing with our house in the middle of a disaster, and they also ran over our cat. Again, I laugh about this now. This is in retrospect. This is 25 years ago. At the time, like, a horrendous weekend. But, you know, just on top of everything going on that weekend. And they were so upset that this has happened. They were, like, so horrendously upset that they had also managed to catch JB, because he, of course, was looking for company and trying to find home and orientate himself because all this stuff was going on. So yeah. So yeah, that was JB. That was the second one. And then Tinker, I think she was like 20 as well when she finally passed, and she was just she just went without fanfare. She just disappeared one day. But again, we knew she was getting on. She was older, and then when we talked to the vets about it, it's left over from their lion days, and that often when they know that it's their time, the lions will wander off and they will go somewhere else, so they don't become a thing that attracts other predators. And again, we're surrounded by bush, so one day she just wandered off to the bush and we've never found her again. We have legit never found where she's wandered off to, but she wanted to keep the home safe, so she wandered off. And yeah, that was Tinker. Anyway, that was a random story about the pets that I grew up with. Sorry, just catching up on all the chat. Ah, that's interesting. I should have realized that there was a difference in paper with the Hannah Carlson books. I should have realized there was a UK and a US version of paper, because I've seen people use watercolor and I didn't like the way watercolor worked in my Hannah Carlson book. So that's interesting. It's interesting to read. Good to know. I should look at what type of paper I have in mine. I don't even know. Yeah, they wander off to protect their loved ones, so... But yeah, to this day, we still have no idea where she wandered off to. But the bush around here is pretty massive, so... You know, maybe one day we'll eventually find where she wandered off to. But no idea. No idea. But yeah, after Tinker went, there was no cats for a long, long time. And then one day, Mum looked at the SPCA website and saw that they had some baby tabby kittens. And so she rang up the SPCA and was like, I think I'll adopt those sibling tabby cats. And they were like, sorry, they've already gone, but we have a ton of other cats here. And so she went out, and then Shadow was sitting there, and he was all lonely and looking lonesome and just wanted company, and Mum got suckered in, and then we got Shadow, the black cat. Yeah, he's, gosh, he must be 13 or 14 now. Like, he's getting up. He's been here for a few years now. So, definitely getting on in a few years. He's getting to be an old boy. Still thinks he's a kid in some days. But yeah, loves to bring home friends. Loves to find neighborhood cats and bring them home. And yeah, there's no other pets here. Just a kitty. It's only ever just been kitties. We did really try to get a dog when we were younger. We really wanted a dog. Especially my youngest brother. And my dad was always adamant, no, we're not getting a dog. No, we're not getting a dog. And so jokingly one day Mum said to my younger brother, look, you have a choice. Do you want Dad or do you want a dog? And without a beat, my brother went, a dog. And so one year at Christmas, my dad got my mum, it's like my dad had this tendency of giving the most practical, horrible Christmas gifts. Like, for years and years and years, Mum got pigs for Christmas. Until one year she had enough and said to Dad that if she ever got another pig from Dad, she would take those pigs and shove them where the sun don't shine. So he never got her pigs again. But the next year, my brother went and found a giant pig paperweight and wrapped it up with "To Mum, Love, Dad." But yeah, so my dad went and brought the most unpractical, useless gift he could think of, which was this giant pug dog statue. It's probably like an ornamental garden display thing. of a pug dog. Like, absolutely useless, but of course it was the idea that it was like a useless gift, and it was a dog. So yeah, that lasted. It was just recently broken by one of the nibblings, unfortunately, but it was like 30 plus years old. It was getting on a bit, but yeah, she loved it because it was like a useless Christmas present. Because that was very much like, Dad was very much one of those people that you give him a pair of socks and he's really, really happy because it's a useful Christmas present, you know? For a minute I thought you said pigs, not pegs. No, pegs. Like what you use to hang clothes on a washing line. Pegs. Clothes pegs. Yeah. If you ever buy me pigs again, I'm going to take those pigs one by one and shove them where the sun don't shine. And yeah, I think we might still have the giant pig paperweight somewhere around here. It's about this big. Like, it's literally a giant pig that is designed to go on a desk. And so it's like a paperweight. So you can... It's about the size of this bottle, so you can sit it on your desk to use as a paperweight, but it does also work as like a functional peg, so you can put little pieces of paper in and stuff like that. It's some sort of actual like office desk thingy-mabob. I have no idea where my brother found it, but this is going back many, 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 many years. It's just one of those stories that we still laugh about. I think I need a magic button that will get me ready for events. Or Vi, if you ever find that magic button, can you be so kind as to also share it with me? How are you going, hun? I tried to jump onto your stream yesterday and it wouldn't let me. I was so frustrated. I wanted to see your stream. How are you going, lovely? It's wonderful to see you. Mario movie is on Netflix? Oh. I mean, it may not be on Netflix here in New Zealand. Not that I have Netflix here, but, you know, regional differences. But, yay, if you've got a movie that you can watch. It's always good to find entertainment. I might have to sign up to Netflix for a little bit, because as I said, I found out recently that Netflix did The Babysitter's Club as a series, and I didn't know, and that's my childhood, and I want to watch it, and apparently it's actually very good as well. But I did not know that you had created this series, or cancelled this series. There's 2 seasons of it. I'm going to watch the King Arthur movie. I love that movie so much. Excellent. It's good to have those movies that are just like your comfort movies, eh? We can better test it together. It will shave, wash, dress, do hair and makeup. Kind of like the Jetsons. Oh my gosh. Vi, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. That would like... Honestly, the amount of energy to just go out for the day, let alone actually go to the event, just the energy to get ready to go to the event, you would revolutionize the chronic illness community if we could press a button and actually be ready to go out and suddenly still have spoons available to go out. Like, maybe not for long, but at least it would take away all the effort of getting ready to go out. Right, I am in my jammies and a bathrobe and I leave here in an hour. Oh, you got plenty of time. You got plenty of time. All you have to do, depending on the style of jammies, is like, you might be able to get away. Okay, let's use me for example. I'm technically in pajamas. Like, this is a holy t-shirt, and these are stretchy. You can tell how far they stretch because how far I'm lifting them up, right? Little stretchy pants. But if I take the drawstrings and hide them inside the pants, they just look like comfy lounge pants. It's the drawstrings that really make them look like PJs. So in order to go out, all I have to do is really chuck on a bra, which is the worst part in the world. Chuck on shoes. Cool. We can go out to the supermarket. If I have to go out and meet people, there's a little bit more effort involved. Like, I should probably actually put on proper clothes, but legit, I'll just go out to the supermarket for this. Because you can't tell. The amount of times I've gotten away with wearing pajamas to a public place because the pajamas don't look like pajamas. Just so good. Love it. Love it. The Gladiator and the whole Lord of the Rings and others in the series. Lord of the Rings is such a comfort movie for a lot of people. I know a lot of people who put on Lord of the Rings to fall asleep to. It's a good fall asleep movie. We need a Jetsons colouring book. There is a terrible kid-like version. We need a good version. Same with Scooby-Doo. Yes. There is a dark crystal colouring book, Nessa. Because I was looking... I'm sure there's a dark crystal colouring book. Because I was looking at it. I'll see if I can find it. Oh my god, if the website will load. Ah, there is, I have it. Yeah, Catherine, you know. I'm trying to get anything to load on my shite internet. Alright, mobile data. Now my phone doesn't want to load a keyboard because my phone is also not great. Right, our website's not even going to load. There's a Colouring Heaven special that they did from the colouring book. Right, sit there. Going to eat. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Much love. Take care and stay safe. All good, Stardust. Enjoy. Yeah, so this is it here. This is one of the covers. Simon and Schuster. Apparently it's still on Amazon. $85 cannot be shipped to your location. Yeah, may or may not be around, but there is like an official dark crystal colouring book, and it's pretty cool. And yeah, then Colouring Heaven is a very old Colouring Heaven, but that can be another thing to look up. You're going to have to probably look secondhand. But they did a Colouring Heaven issue that was based on that colouring book. Page is finished, dinner is finished, now decide on what to work on next. Well done, Yana. Well done. Doing all the things. I'm still pottering away at my lunch, but I mean, we're working at a snail's pace on this one today, but that's okay. It's actually quite surprising what you can find a colouring book for if you actually, like, start digging around, because remember, colouring became a really big trend in 2015, and so a lot of people started, and then there was another little surge in 2018, and then with COVID we had the big surge, and then it's kind of stayed since then. But Joanna Basford started the trend in 2015, really. I mean, there had been colouring before then, but Joanna Basford, like, really set off colouring. So there's, like, a first wave of colouring from around then, and then there's, like, another big wave in 2018, and then after the pandemic in 2021, we get another big wave. And you can kind of look at colouring books in those waves and see different trends of different things going around and stuff like that. So if you're prepared to go digging and you can look at some of the second-hand markets, you can find some really fascinating colouring books from those earlier waves of colouring. And you never quite know what you'll find. You just got to be prepared to dig around and look. That's how I found the Stardew Valley colouring book. I'd never even heard of it, but I just, on impulse, was like, huh, I wonder if there's a Stardew colouring book. And then I ended up buying it from a fandom gaming website. It might have deviated to a different version for me. That one's set by just saying Simon and Schuster, but not giving me a specific artist. It's just called Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal. So maybe search Jim Henson's to get the official one. Abe's Books has it actually. Published 2018. Publisher is Archaea. I don't know if that's coming up. Archaia. US $23.86 on Abe's book. I've seen it with a different cover before as well, so there it is there. Let's see if we can make this image a bit bigger. Or you're just going to show damage, and yeah, you're just showing damage and not the actual pictures in the book. We want to see the pictures in the book. Yeah, try searching Jim Henson's to see if you can get the official one, because that's going to be the big thing as well. But yeah, it looks like it was produced by Simon and Schuster, and then I keep seeing this. Archaea is the only other term that is coming up, if that helps. I'll spell it out in the chat. A-R-C-H. Oh, A-I-A. Fingers crossed. Because yeah, it is an issue on Amazon too. I see it a lot where if I search for, like, I was looking at Stargate recently, and I was like, it'd be really cool if there was like a Stargate colouring book. Found a pile on Amazon because they were all KDP print on demand ones that were clearly not official colouring books. You know, like not officially produced colouring books. And I was like, I don't want this. I have a mini story as to why I started adult colouring. Clear to hear? Obviously. Please feel free to share. I think it was Millie and Joanna both started it because they released their first books at similar times. Yeah, Millie, I think there's quite a few artists that did release around that time. I just know Joanna was the one that really got the notoriety of it. And then because, like, Joanna Basford's books became so popular and she became such a notable figure of it, everyone else sort of jumped up before that. Because like Millie and Joanna had both technically, Millie I think had even been producing before Joanna, and you can find colouring books that were printed in 2012, 2013, 2014. Like, adult colouring had been around before Joanna's books surged in popularity, but it definitely created a mainstream appreciation of colouring. And then, oh, sorry, itchy nose. So, because, like, I first heard about adult colouring because of an article of Joanna. Like, there was so much publicity about how her books had just skyrocketed that it kind of just boosted everyone up. And you can see that around that 2015, 2016 mark, there was just that surge in books being produced because it was the hot new trend, because of specifically that hype that started around Joanna. So a lot of people jumped on this trend, and then it settled down, and then you saw like a little resurgence in 2018. And it doesn't mean that people weren't producing and books being created and stuff like that, because they were, like, they were still being published in between. But you can see these little rises in trends and stuff like that. So like the Dark Crystal colouring book came in that 2018 trend, and I noticed that a lot of fandom books seemed like 2018 was the time when fandom colouring, like a lot of books came out then for that one. It's crazy because I first heard of Millie, then Joanna, and still rather Millie, and that's valid perfection. Like, most people that I've heard and talked to about colouring remember Joanna Basford and the popularity of it and tried it because of the popularity around that, and then were like, nah, that's not for me. And then when I explain, you know, there's more than just Joanna's style, there's a lot of other illustrators, and introduce them to some other things. So like, oh, okay, I could have. Like, for example, Kirby Roseanne's, his first book came out in 2013. Like, yeah, you can go back to, adult colouring has been around longer. I just know 2015 there was a huge surge, and that's because Joanna's book became one of those bookseller lists. Like, it became like a New York bestseller officially because it was a book, so it could go on the booksellers list even though it's a colouring book. And it was just that thing of, oh, a colouring book is on the bestsellers list, and that's what I think started a lot of the publicity around it. So yeah, it introduced a lot of people who maybe weren't looking in that field to it, but there's still a lot of other illustrators out there. And like I said, they've always been there. There has been colouring for adults for many, many years. It's just these certain peaks of when books are being produced because there's a popularity reason for it. Because again, publishers look at trends and marketing, and you know, they're going to produce books that they think are actually going to make a return on the production cost of it. So you can see these little trends of when certain books are being produced and when there's like a peak in books being produced. So after Joanna Basford's books hit the bestseller list, suddenly there's like a little surge there because, oh, look, colouring. And then it dies down. And then I don't know what caused it in 2018, but I've noticed that there's a ton of books that were produced in 2018, and a lot of my fandom books are all 2018. Like, I just noticed there's a real surge in 2018 for some reason. I don't know what caused it. And then obviously with the pandemic, people were looking for things to do at home, which caused a little surge again in colouring. So at the end of the pandemic, when things started rolling around, suddenly there's this new drop of colouring books being produced because it's become a hobby, and it stayed pretty prominent in overall trends. Keeping in mind, like, I know for us colouring is very prominent, but for the average consumer and as a whole, like, compared to, you know, just a surge compared to the normal when they look at overall. So yeah, definitely a surge after that. But then with the rise of cozy colouring being such a trend at the moment, and people opening up to colouring, like, cozy colouring has definitely introduced a new wave. I mean, you've seen it with how many cozy colouring books have been produced out there. But because cozy colouring has become a thing, this has opened up people to exploring other adult colouring avenues as well, which now you can see that ongoing trend of a lot of people are dropping books. Like, I don't know if you'll have noticed how many books are due to drop this year. How many illustrators are producing books. Look at how many books Mythographics chucking out this year. Look at, like, I know a lot of us, like, there's a lot of books that come out all the time, but there's a real surge of books this year. And again, I think that's a flow-on effect of everything else coming to a head. So just that little connection around and all that sort of stuff. I love how delayed that sound effect was, so it looked like that stormtroopers were just dancing in time to my own music. TK Dodo, hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you are all doing well. My lunch is just settling, bear with me. Kia ora. Welcome in. My name's Amy. I'm a colorist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I hope you had a wonderful stream, TK Dodo. Speaking of colouring book illustrators, the wonderful Teresa Goodrich, who is another illustrator who has been around for many years, is a favourite of TK Dodo's to colour. And if you enjoy chill colouring streams, pencil discussions as well, that's been another big topic for today, of pencil colouring and pencils and just wonderful chill times, go check out TK Dodo Colours on Twitch. And TK, if you need to do the raid and fade and do some self-care post-stream, same for all your raiders, if anyone needs to do some self-care, please feel free to. But if you want to hang around and lurk and vibe, we're very much working slow today. There's been a lot of chat today. It's really good. We're chatting about all sorts of stuff. Right now we're talking about the waves and popularity of colouring and how books kind of surge in and out of production times, and I think that's kind of how to describe it. We're discussing all sorts of stuff. What were you working on today, TK Dodo? What was our page of the day? What is everyone's page of the day, by the way? If you are colouring along while watching, what are you working on? Raven, hello, hello. Right, Nessa has shared a story of how they got into adult colouring. I've been a textile artist my whole life. I'm 54, so in 2022 I lost sight in my right eye, renal detachment, no warning, just happened, two surgeries, both unsuccessful. I cannot do the art I used to do as my left eye has extreme astigmatism, so even if I try to draw, the lines are stilted and just incorrect in size and form. So I lost my job. 3 months later my mum also died, all this during COVID height. I was beyond distraught and depressed and stayed that way for a long time. However, back in June 24, I decided to try colouring and I discovered I can do it. Recently I got a job as a VCE, visual content editor, so life is getting a bit better. The colouring community is so welcoming and kind too. That's wonderful, Nessa. I am so glad that you managed to find a way through it and a way to be creative, because that I do understand. I'm like, very sorry life got so hard, but I'm glad you found a form of creativity. That's kind of how I fell into colouring too. So a few people have heard me tell the story of, I have a medical condition known as ankylosing spondylitis. It is an autoimmune inflammatory arthritis. It's why I use a walking frame to mobilize, as well. Some days my hands are swollen and really chunky, and some days I stream and I'm in a lot of pain, and I talk about being in a lot of pain. And then some days aren't too bad, like today. But when AS, it took a long time to diagnose, and so when I first started flaring really badly, I got to the point I couldn't hold a pencil. And as someone who had been a full-time artist, you know, selling portraiture, selling their own artwork, and is known for being creative, known for their artwork, I couldn't physically hold the tools that I used to create. And then I fell over and injured myself even further while trying to get this diagnosis, because my hands were like, my fingers were out to here. Like, I legit could not hold a pencil. And so it was about finding alternative means of being creative, because I knew being creative was so imperative to my mental health that I needed to find alternative ways to be creative until we could figure out what the heck was going on with my body. And so I did things like I could hold a mouse with my swollen hands. So I played The Sims a lot because I could build houses and tell stories. I did Dungeons and Dragons because, again, it was the telling of the story. So it was a way of being creative, but it wasn't visual creativity, but it was still a creative means to tide me over until we could get my hands sorted. And then I fell on my hands, so I also damaged my hands. But that fall got me into hospital, which got me to a specialist, which made the specialist go, oh shite, this is AS, and start giving me steroids and start getting the flare down, and get me to a point where I could hold a pencil again. So I could hold a pencil, but at that point my hands were so damaged, it was like I'd lost the control. That years of like pressure sensitivity and that build up and that ability to just maneuver tools like I used to. And so I was like, well, I can't draw. And then I stumbled across a colouring book, which happened to be Colouring Heaven's Creatures of the Night special, which I found at the magazine store that was under my apartment one day when I went in there to grab like a chocolate bar because I felt sad. And it was Sarah Richter's work, which is like portraiture work. It was kind of similar veins to how I used to draw because I focused on portraiture. And I knew of adult colouring because I knew of Joanna Basford, but I didn't realise that adult colouring could be that. And I was like, oh, if I don't have to draw the lines and I'm just colouring the lines, that could give me that creative outlet that I love, like that creativity, but I don't have to worry about the lines. And so that's where I started. I have the magazine right here, so so like there's some like really bad old images in here from when I was first trying to get my hands working again. So you can see things like gel pens where I couldn't follow the lines properly. Like there's not a lot of contrast, there's not a lot of shading, because it was really me just focusing on trying to regain control, relearn things along the way, and trying to build things up. And we got better as the hands got more practice in and stuff like that. But because I found this issue, those are really bad examples of the portraiture, but yeah, you can see like her portraiture work here was what captured me. Because I found this issue, I started looking around to see who else does adult colouring books, and that's when I found Kirby. And it was like a whole world of creativity opened up when I saw Kirby, and that's the deep dive that got me into colouring. And now my hands are much, much better. I can draw again. I do draw, but I love colouring so much that I just stick with colouring. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it's about finding a way to be creative, I reckon. So many books coming out, and I decided to be very picky. If I don't want to be colouring 95% of the book, I'm not buying it because I don't want to have a million books. Very good motto, perfection. Yeah, I'm really trying this year to be really, really pedantic about, I mean, I have to, I don't have the funds to drop this year, but also really trying to par back the collection because there is just so much coming out. Country Gardens, page 1. Ooh. Are their water brushes still evil? They are. Oh, I love that whole conversation about evil water brushes. Sometimes they are, though. They really are. Nessa is working in Marie Troll Moonlight Scene in Shooting Star. Nice. Finished a page in Mythagoria Darkest Desires. The Happy Catastrophes Buddy group. Happy Catastrophe is gorgeous. We love Candace here. Candace is a doll. An absolute doll. We adore her. Candace is one of the people that's also working on this pirate page with me. It's a little group that's formed now, which is really, really cool. And yeah, I haven't put it to the group yet, but I might put forward being like, hey, do we want like maybe every 2 months do a page in this book or something? And just do it as a bit of a group buddy. I'm kind of thinking every 2 months though, because I know a lot of us have like monthly groups and stuff like that, and I don't want to put that pressure. So I could do like 2 months to a page, and then there's like a lot of time to work through it. Understand how I feel? I try. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad you're here, Nessa. And welcome back, Winter. It was blizzarding. Only 6 people, including myself, made it to the meeting. Ooh. And yes, on the group thing, good to know. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like just doing like choosing a page and having 2 months to work on it, sort of thing. So it's not like every month, and you could choose to work on it over the full 2 months, or you could just leave it till the month. But yeah, just sort of bi-monthly. So it's sort of there, but it's not like a every month situation, because I don't think I could do that. But I think it could be fun. I can see loving this book and working a lot more on this book. Of course, I have to do some work in this book to do that, because my god, I've not done a lot today. Doesn't matter. I'm happy with what we've done so far. It'll take the time it takes. And I'm also very much enjoying chatting and conversations. Now, once again, we're going to track down our blue combo, because we're probably going to use this blue elsewhere. I'm going to imagine that we use these blues in the gems. So we want to make sure we can pull these colours out again. Alright, 20, 20, 1100, 1000, and I think it's 700 for iris blue. 900. I'll put blue coat. And then before they get completely absorbed, we'll also track down our ship colours, even though it's not perfect and it's very much just a base layer. It's going to need a lot of work. It means that I know that these colours are in the page and can be repeated elsewhere, because that dark mink might actually work quite well for some of the barrels. In fact, these colours might work for the barrels in general. And we could do really dark brown barrels. Because that's one of the things I was struggling with, is that the barrels are going to look very similar to the walls. But if we use this palette, it's going to be ship I don't know how to spell silhouette. That'll do. I am not surprised, Perfection. I've been there before when one of those crazy evil situations happen, and it's hilarious. You're wonderful to be in stream with, TK Dodo, and I'm glad you were there, Perfection. I wish my Twitch would let me on more. It's some days it will, some days it won't, and it's very, very frustrating. Yeah, I'm using Inktense. I like the extended month thing, especially if we were going to pick double page spreads, 1 month per page, not per image. Yeah, I think if we were to do a double again, I might even suggest 3 months for a double, like the Alice in Wonderland Tealand spread. Where are we? This one here, I love this spread. This is going to be a lot of work. So that might even be one where we suggest 3 months or something. But yeah, it'd be like 2 months to work on a page. Like some of these pages are simpler, some of them are a lot more complicated. But yeah, I'll wait until a little bit later on in the month and then suggest it as a thing, and be like, if anyone doesn't want to hang around for it, feel free to leave the group, but I'm going to leave it open as a group afterwards, and y'all can hang around and we can keep working away at the book. Sorry, I got pasta stuck in my teeth. Oh, I hate the feeling of things stuck in my teeth. Okay. Right, what can we work on next? We've got a bit of blue down. Like a group thing too, if I have a book I'm in. Absolutely. I'm in quite a few groups now. But it doesn't mean that like for example, I'm in the Fairy Tales and Folklore group and I haven't done December's page, and I don't even know if I'll get to February's page, to be honest, but it's still wonderful to be in the group and see everyone's postings in it. I like the way Alien Worlds works, where we just work on it at our own pace, but we're working in order. That's the same as like the Airy World Traveller group. That's quite fun too, because it's like a at your own pace one. Just, it's cool to see all the different approaches as well. Alright, Shiraz, and then probably Cherry. And let's get some hot red. That book is on my to get list. It is such a gorgeous book. Honestly, this book is one of the few books I look at and I'm like, yes, I'm going to colour every page. And even my least favourite page in here, I can still see do something really neat for. Which is this one here. No, not that one. I mean, that one's pretty low. It's still nice, so this one. This one I can still see turning out alright. Where I'm just like, meh, hot air balloons. It's not that exciting to me. But it's still a cute page. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not as exciting or intriguing to me as these pages. Funny how Millie started as a buddy and now a monthly page. Yeah, and that's it too. Is it? It's really. It doesn't take much to find a person who will want to work with you in the book. And yeah, like the Millie buddy between yourself and Shannon? I think it's Shannon. Like, I like that option that you're talking about where you're just going to choose a Millie once a month, and then if I have the book and I have the ability to jump in, I'll jump in as well. But I'm excited to see what the two of you produce, because it's really, really gorgeous work. I assure you and Candace, I am like a fan. Can you talk to myself? Oh God, no, no, no. I was in D&D this morning and they were talking and it somehow came up and everyone was like, we're pretty sure Amy's the coolest. And I was like, sitting there going, yeah, no. And they're like, oh, come on, look at what you're doing. I was like, what? Okay, yeah, I guess this is where I pull out the whole, I'm a celebrity, I'm an influencer, I have a YouTube community, I have this. And I was sitting there going, I hate every second of this. Like the term influencer. I know I influence people to buy colouring books. I understand. I get influenced too, but no. I don't know. It's just us hanging. I just happen to be the one that's on camera speaking and you're typing, and that's because I'm out putting the string. Like, it's the same as if we were to jump on a phone call. Reminds me of Kanoko Agusa. It does. It gives me Kanoko Agusa vibes too, this book. Nelco Neco. I actually have the book out. It's in front of me. I have backing pages in. I'm having anxiety of actually putting colour on it. Start with what you know, Winter. And like, this paper can take a lot. I have saturated this and it still hasn't bled through. So you've got a bit of leeway with the paper. Obviously, don't be ridiculous, but you know, it's okay. And I know your skills. If something doesn't come out right, I know you can fix it. All colouring has ugly stages too. So don't freak out if it's not turning out immediately to plan. But I believe in you. Start somewhere easy. Start with something that you definitely know the colour of. Just start small and break the page essentially. get something onto the page. Start by colouring in a fern. It's green. This book would be stunning in gel pens with your technique. Yeah, I could see that. At least 3.4 fans, my dear. Yeah, I realized we're actually getting really close to 3.5k. I was like, holy heck, I just hit 3k recently as well. Which is incredible. And I appreciate y'all more than you know. Because it's not like I do this to, you know, be a YouTube thingy, my bob thingy. I can't even think of the words now. Be one of those fancy people. I just do it because I enjoy hanging and vibing and chatting about colouring with people who are also passionate about colouring, and maybe people who are just discovering colouring and realising that, hey, this activity is awesome, and, you know, that's what I enjoy. That's why I do it. And as I've said many a time, the YouTube, the videos, all that, that's a side hobby of the hobby. The hobby is colouring. Everything else just relates to colouring. Even the YouTube. Gosh, I obviously missed something with these water brushes. Darn it. Darn my Twitch not letting me on. Ooh. Itchy nose. I like to block in pale colours to separate things to make it easier. Yes. That is also a wonderful tip, Nisa. I always just start by blocking in the page with colour. I shade a little bit on it, but this isn't like the final shading. I do it to help me see where my lights and shadows are, but we're gonna change things as we do our more rendered shading. A lot of this is just covering up the white of the page, getting those colours in. I think I was going to colour that one red, and I've just coloured this one red. Oh well. Be right back. Need to have lunch and a bit of cleaning since I didn't do it last night. Oh, good. Perfection. And I also want to do the corset. I don't want the corset to appear a bit darker, so I might even work a little bit one of the darker browns into it. I want it to look like of the family, but different. We'll take a little bit of that natural brown that we've worked into many other areas. And use that to indicate some of our darker areas. Oh, I just see that we've got a thing across the top, so you're actually all one piece. And we'll pull those strings out separately because that'll be way easier. Now keep that natural brown and just make sure we've got a clear definition in the corset to the skirt. Probably should have been two separate pieces, but I wanted to make it one colour because I can. Oh, must check laundry, be right back. Oh, good. I mean, I look up to you guys for your positive energies and just warm nature. Really helps in the dark days. I get to learn just by observing. Oh, that means a lot, Raven. I really do try to create, I call this the the glittery bubble. It is what I'm trying to create, a glittery bubble of positivity. There is so much darkness and negativity in the world that I know for me, when I was going through my breakdowns and dark times, what I was looking for was a space that I knew on the internet that I could go to, that I felt safe and cozy and welcome to just hang and vibe and like not necessarily even have to chat, just vibe and be there and enjoy the video and just be that background noise that I could listen to and know that everything's going to be all good. So because I know that's what I needed when I was going through that time, that's what I try to create, because that's what I was looking for. And so yeah, I say that this stream is a glittery bubble of positivity because that's what I try to put out there. Same with my videos. I mean, yes, it does mean that some days we recognize some days are tougher. We do say, you know, some days are more painful, some days are a bit slower, some days, you know, it's a bit harder. But the main thing is we keep going, we keep trying. I'm sorry to hear that, Brittany. It does sound very tough. think we got enough cherry work done, so I can just do some little bit of highlighting with some hot red, and then we can activate and have part of our second dress all done. Our cicadas be loud. Wait, alright. Before I get too far into it and forget about it. I'll have my lunch, which is probably cooled right down now. Considering I heated it up almost an hour and a half ago, yep. Okay. I hope we're all doing good out there. I'm going to remind everybody to hydrate. Make sure you have some water. Are you due meds? Do you need to take meds? I should really put the Tim Tams back in the fridge too from earlier. Are y'all, so you know if you make like a hot cup of tea or a coffee or a hot chocolate, but you have a hot drink and you have a cookie or a biscuit to go with it, are you a dunker? Do you dunk your cookies? Or are you someone who's like, cookies must only ever be eaten in their organic form, dry? As a kid, I refused to dunk cookies. I was like, no. I hated dunking my cookies into a hot chocolate. Now I'm older. I'm like, yes, dunk away. Always dunk the cookies. Juliet Colours, hello, hello. You got some dedication today? Yeah, I'm not feeling too bad today in terms of the pain or the spoons. I'm having a few like brain farts, but then when am I not for words? Yeah, we've been going about 5.5 hours. I haven't technically done a lot on the page in that time, but we've had a lot of good chats and stuff like that. It's been really fun. So yeah, we're going back to Nelco Neco and our kitty cats. And trying to get all the base layers done. Get all these base colours in. So we have made a bit of progress. We did the water, the ship, the coat, the plants, and now working on this dress here. So, you know, a little bit of work. How are you going today, Juliet? I also just posed the question about hot cups of tea and coffee and stuff like that. If you have a cookie with it or a biscuit, depending where you're from, are you a dunker? Like, do cookies always get dunked? I mean, I know there's sometimes cookies or biscuits that aren't appropriate for dunking, but you know, because when I was younger, I was very much like, no, cookies should never ever get dunked. And now I'm like, I love dunking cookies into a hot drink. Just thinking about it because I've got Tim Tams on the desk. I did a Tim Tam slam earlier and I need to put the Tim Tams away. Household chores and dinner took over. Love the progress. I'm okay. Having a bit of a high pain day, but okay. Yeah. I hope it settles for you soon, but do understand, and well done on doing the things despite the day. But also, if you need to rest and recover, also please rest and recover, because it's also very important to do. I just do my tea and coffee by themselves. I did not appreciate dunking either. That's super valid. Like, sometimes with cookies, I'm like, no. And I am very fussy about what I dunk. I don't like, if a cookie I know is going to dissolve immediately, I say cookie, they're biscuits here, I don't dunk it. I will do a Tim Tam slam, which isn't technically a full dunk. You drink the coffee through the Tim Tam. But yeah, I do love a Tim Tam slam. And I do love dunking ginger nuts, which are like super duper hard cookies. They're made to be dunked in a hot tea or coffee. But most of the time I just eat the cookie as is. Artsy Endo, hello, hello. Welcome in. Yeah, the crumbs in the coffee, that's a big thing for me too. I'm a big, like, I love plunger coffee. I love when you make like a French press coffee. I love the flavour that comes from a French press coffee, but I hate all the bits in it. And it's one of the big reasons why I drink instant, because instant dissolves. I don't like bits in my coffee. It's a very big thing. It's the same with tea, but at least it's a little bit more acceptable to not finish the last little dregs of your tea because of the tea bags. Try to explain you don't want to finish the dregs of your coffee because of the coffee bits. Ugh. Ah. There should not be bits in the drink, which is why I can be a little fussy with dunking cookies, but I do like dunking cookies into tea or coffee now. But if it's a cookie that's going to dissolve quickly, it's not going to get dunked. If there's even a chance it's going to drop into the coffee, it's not going to get dunked. Seems I am having a deficit of Valentine's themed pages so far from what I am finding. Could you take the challenge of taking a page that is clearly not Valentine's and applying a Valentine's Day palette? quite a fun challenge to take a page that doesn't fit a certain theme and turn it into a certain theme. Could also do like a page that shows like a independent kicking ass person to celebrate Singles Day, you know, opposite of Valentine's Day. Well, I guess it's kind of the opposite, you know. I'm considering to do that, Amy. Fantastic. Alright, we definitely need some more work on this red. It is not... I have overwashed out these pigments. I mean, it's looking red. I guess it's just in comparison to the top, because the top is so much darker, but that's what I coloured it to be. So, like, I'm just following my own colouring. So what am I even talking about? I don't know. I am rambling. Ignore me. Nice Little Town series? I don't have any Nice Little Town, but I keep on looking at the work. It is so gorgeous. I was looking for some freebies because I know that Tatiana Bolgamer does have some freebies, but they're all within her Facebook group. I was like, that means you have to have Facebook to access it. So it won't work for fabulous freebies. Which is valid, you know. They want to put it behind a group so that they can create the group. That's so valid. Do it. But it doesn't fit my criteria for fabulous freebies then. And I was sad because I really wanted to do a Tatiana Bolgamer 1 month. But if you have Facebook and you don't mind joining Facebook groups, there is a Tatiana Bolgamer Facebook group and you can get some fabulous freebie pages from it. Mariola Boutique is another one that I recommend joining the Facebook group of. Dress looks great, thank you. Again, it's just a first layer, it's just a base layer that covers up the top of the page, and we're gonna deepen and strengthen and shade up and all that sort of stuff. And I am at risk of overworking the paper here, so I need to stop. Just let it be. You also don't want to bleed through. Or you can colour a page with friends or a pet with an owner. All these can symbolise love. Even parents with a child or someone with a flower or a page of chocolates. There's a lot of ways to go. Exactly. Exactly. That's one of the things I find most frustrating about the English language is we have the word love to represent so many variations of love, like familial love and the friendship love is romantic love, platonic love. Like, we just have this one word. We have this word to represent our, like, favoritism of a product over something else because we say we love this product. It's like, but that is so different to saying we love our grandparent versus we love our partner versus we love our child versus we love when it's a sunny day. You know, like, we have this one word that is used in so many contextual meanings, and it's like a lot of other languages have multiple words for this word and we just have the one. And Maria Trolle may have more options that can work for Valentine's themed pages. I would imagine so. Gosh, I haven't done a Maria Trolle in a long time. Really should pull her book out and do another page in it. It's been a while since I've done something in her books. They are one of my go-to travel books because they're hardcover. In fact, maybe I'll take one of her books to the appointment next Friday. Because then I don't have to worry about having a surface to colour on because it's a hardcover book. So, maybe I'll take that with me to an appointment. Okay, I just realised something. We're going to go back to Heek. Heek, it's Heek. Because I never did the collar of his jacket, which is definitely the same because you can see that little line pattern, but his hat is also the same as well. So we're gonna match that up. She's a new book coming out soon. Yes. I haven't brought any more. I have 2 Maria Trolls or Trolley. I have 2 of Maria's books. I have Luna and Twilight Garden. And I haven't brought any more of hers because I was like, I felt like a lot of it was, like it was different, but it was similar enough that I was happy with those 2. Because I don't do a lot of Maria Trolle. I love her work. I love her illustration style, but she's so heavily focused on florals. And again, florals aren't my cup of tea. So I don't gravitate to her work a lot, but I do love her work, especially when I'm traveling. It's great work for traveling in the car, and I do enjoy it. I just don't, it's not a go-to for me. So I was like, I'm happy with the 2 books I have. But then I saw her Fairy Tales colouring book, and I was like, I can get behind that one. And so that's the one that's coming out soon, is the English print of her Fairy Tales book, and I'm like, I might need that one. But yeah, again, it's another book to add to the list, and I'm really trying to not buy more books. Yeah, Sergeant is definitely more up my alley. It's more character work, it's more story, it's more setting, it's definitely much more up my alley in terms of her style and what I would colour a lot. And so part of me is like, I want to get it so that I have a book that I am really strongly drawn to with Maria Trolle, because again, I do love her style. I'm just not a huge floral colorist, so I don't gravitate to her books a lot. So part of me is like, I need to get it, but then I'm like, again, really trying not to buy books this year or buy too many books. I'm really trying to limit my book purchases this year. Also, I really want it. That catch-22, eh? The covers are so nice quality. They're gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I love the cover of Twilight Garden. It is just so stunning. And that cover is also a spread in the book. And I've just always wanted to reproduce the cover. Just do it like the cover, because it's just so pretty. With that metallic gold and all those purples against the black. Such a pretty combo. And I know I'm not alone in that, because I've seen many people who have coloured it and taken the colours from the cover to do so, because they love the cover so much of it too. Gorgeous, gorgeous covers. I personally love her work, but I think if you like Sergeant, it's worth to get it. Her book is amazing qualities and they aren't that expensive. Yeah. I will wait until the English edition becomes available, because there is a store locally that does tend to stock her work. So it is one of those ones that I know will eventually roll into the local store. and I will be able to get it relatively easy. So it's not one I need to like rush out and get straight away because I'm not going to be able to access it. Like, I'm pretty confident it'll come into that local store because they stock all their other ones. They are a little pricey. They're like $50 a book plus shipping, but at least it's local. Most of the time when I look at the ones that are overseas, they're $30 to $40 a book plus shipping, which usually takes them up to about $55 anyway. So, you know, $50 plus shipping, which makes it about $60, but it is at least a local supplier. So says to them, hey, I like that you have colouring books. Please bring in more colouring books. I was also looking at Kanoko Agusa. Did a post on Instagram recently about her new book that's coming out, Leon's Journey. Oh my gosh. I mean, we all know I love colouring kitty cats. So I'm already like, and I love Kanoko's work. So I'm already like, yes, 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 yes. Can I ask a question? Not sure if it will come across as inappropriate. Don't mean it to be. It's on Amazon's wish list. When I click on someone's list, Amazon acts like I'm trying to ship it to myself. Oh. I think from memory, let me go on to, give me a moment, let me go onto YouTube and let me bring up someone else's list, because obviously if I look at mine it's just going to bring up my list. Alright, Julianne Anita has come up as a recent post. No, don't play the video. Let's see if Juliet has a, no, they do not have a thing there. So let's go to subscriptions. You know who we need? I know who posts their wish list in their chat. Winter, where are you? We're gonna borrow Winter. Of course, Winter will be right at the end of the list because their name begins with W. Winter 89 colors. Let's go to, oh, that's from a year ago. That's not what I want. I didn't want you to, I wanted the last posted video. Ah, never mind. It's in their bio. Even better. Also, cannot ship to your location. Okay, well, Winters is on Amazon Canada, so this will be an interesting test, because of course, yes, Candace does too. Add to cart. I don't want to sign in. I don't have an Amazon Canada account. Can you not just use my other Amazons? Okay. Alright, let's borrow Candace. Let's try and figure this out. I don't know. I've never actually looked at other people's wish lists, which I probably should, because I probably find some cool stuff on there. Right, that'll take me to Amazon.com if I go to Candace's, which I do have an account for. Now I just have to wait for things to load. I'm curious, I've never actually looked at it, but admittedly I barely shop on Amazon, so because it's not my go-to for shopping here. because shipping is a thing. We don't get free shipping. There must be a way, because I know that people have brought off my list for me. Okay, well, Candace apparently has nothing on... Oh, no, there it is. It's loading. Okay. Add to cart. View cart. Okay, so it's added it to my cart. So I'll delete all that from it. If I go to proceed with checkout... so if you go to proceed to checkout, select delivery address. It came up with Candace's address there because I selected it from the wish list. So if you go through to like proceed to checkout, does it give you an option to choose the delivery address and put my address in there? Or whoever's address that you're looking at. Sorry, I just presumed you're looking at my list there. It doesn't automatically input your address. It asks to input an address or my address. Okay. Why is it doing that then? Like there's only... Is it my... Maybe it's because I didn't go that far. Yeah, see if... Because when I look at... When I look at... Okay, let me do it this way. What am I doing? That there. Alright, we're on Candace's video here. February colouring pans. It's going to take a minute. So when I say add to cart... So when I first jumped up here, it was putting my... like recommending my address up here, and then when I go to cart, I mean we've got two in there because I just chucked that in there, and then I proceed to checkout up here, it's just going to show my address if I do it. It has two options. It has Candace's address and then my address that is registered with Amazon. For me, when I open it, it says not available for my delivery address. Okay, so what that could be, and I know this is an issue with my own list, is I will add things to my wish list and then the seller will decide that they're no longer going to ship it to New Zealand. So the option that I've chosen is no longer deliverable, or, you know, if you choose a listing, so for example, let's choose this one here. You can see that right now this one is saying that it's not even deliverable to New Zealand, and I have to choose a different option to see if I can find somewhere that will ship it to my region. And it's a real problem with my wish list because I will chuck things on my list all the time and then it'll say, nope, you can't actually send it to me anymore. So every once in a while when I remember, I will come in and then try and remove anything that is no longer deliverable to New Zealand. But I do forget to do it every once in a while. So I know that's one of the issues of my list, because things will say, yes, we'll deliver to New Zealand, and then they change their mind and say, no, we're not delivering to New Zealand. Yeah. And then if you click on, let's choose a product that I know has a lot of different people selling it. Oh, where's a mythographic? There's a mythographic. So with mythographic, I've just pulled up Odyssey, for example. Right now it's brought up this one here that is being sold by someone called Books A Billion. But I might need to actually... It's saying it's not available? Weird. Weird. God, I might have to look into that. I genuinely have no idea. I mean, I need to have a PO box address. The other thing is, like, if you are trying to buy something for me, I could DM you an address. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into this because that could be a problem. I don't know why it's not working then. Does it happen with gift cards? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I might have to do some Googling and try and figure it out. I mean, most of the reason I have the list is just to kind of look at stuff anyway. I never expect anyone to buy off it. It's quite alright. Because I have had people purchase off the list, so it does work. Open your wish list without selecting any item. Okay, because when I look at the wish list, it's definitely saying things can ship. Huh. Okay, I'll have a look into this. Yeah. That's why I just never brought it up again, because I didn't want to be annoying and use your list. I thought it was just me problem. No, it's obviously there is something and I need to figure it out because it's obviously a problem. But I don't understand, so I don't know. Maybe I'll try making a new list and see if it fixes the problem or something. Yeah, I might have to see if I can figure it out because I know people have brought off the list and shipped to me before, so it is definitely working for some people, but it's not working for others, which is really weird, and I have no idea why and no idea what to look for, but I might have to put that into a later on issue to look at when I can sit down and Google and not worry about my address popping up on stream and stuff like that. I mean, at the end of the day, it may be a good idea for me to get a PO box anyway, because then I don't have to worry so much, but that's just another expense that I have to try and figure out as well. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I find Amazon terrible to use regardless. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is that because Amazon likes to default it to the cheapest, and if you're got a, you know, when you go on Amazon and at the top it's got show me items deliverable to yada yada yada, and so because it's set to you instead of New Zealand, but it should, like, if you're looking specifically at someone's wish list, Amazon should click and go, oh yeah, here's the things on the wish list that are actually deliverable to this location. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Later on problem. But I appreciate you letting me know it's an issue and something that I should look into, because yeah. I wouldn't know otherwise that it's an issue, because yeah. That should be all that based. Yeah, and I also wonder too, because Amazon does have a facility based in Australia, so it could be a little different. Again, I am based in New Zealand, and we don't have an Amazon here, so it could also be part of the issue. I mean, I tried to get around that by having both an Australian and US one, because I thought maybe that would be the issue, but I don't know. I mean, if it lets me order off both, I don't know. I'll figure it out. We'll have to do some deep dive Googling later on and see what I can figure out. I mean, it's very possible that I set it up very wrong as well. Again, I barely know what I'm doing on Amazon. But I very much appreciate the heads up, and I appreciate you looking and thinking of looking at that stuff as well, because like that means a lot. It really does mean a lot. I am using too much water, and I've just gone right over all the little markings in the hat, so it's fine. We'll just use an opaque pencil to cover it back over it. It's possible, but if it's wrong, it shouldn't work for no one unless they already have your address in their account already. Yeah, no, these people definitely didn't have my address, so it was like, yeah. Like, I know occasionally when I do go back and look at my list, I'm like, oh, okay, that seller's changed and no longer shipping, but you think, like, it's the same product, it's just different sellers, and I know that Amazon deviates a lot to what it deems to be the cheapest product, because it will always flick me onto independent sellers, because the independent sellers are slightly like that Books a Billion, they'll put me onto them a lot, or something when I'm looking and browsing, and it'll be like a mythographic book is $29.99, but if I brought it through Amazon UK, for example, it would be $34.99, but I could get free shipping if I spent X amount because it's Amazon. But it will deviate me to the independent one because it's a cheaper one, but I have to pay shipping. So it's like, no, I want you to stick with the Amazon one, because the Amazon ones will ship to me. The independent sellers won't, and they might sometimes, and then they don't, and it's half the reason why I just don't shop on Amazon all the time, because it just all changes on me. Technology is tricky. I just want to press a button and just, like, have it happen. I don't want to think about it. Yeah, see, it says it shares share my shipping address with seller, and then it's got a note here: we're experiencing issues with the purchase of list items from third-party sellers. We have a fix out soon. That's been up for ages, so I'm guessing if it's deviating to the third-party sellers, which a lot of my list is, by the look of it, has all deviated to third-party sellers instead of the Amazon one. That could also be a big issue, because everything I'm seeing plus shipping, plus shipping, plus shipping, instead of the Amazon note. So that I might have to see if I change it to an Amazon one and update the list with that, if that will make a difference. Hold up. Well, let's just see this. Let's just choose you because you're at the top. No, you're on the list as Amazon. Yeah, you're not a... You are on the list as Amazon. It's defaulting to Amazon.com, which is exactly what it should be. So, I don't know. This is a later on issue. Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously something I need to look into if this is a common problem. What's the custom gift list? Okay, I'm not doing this now. Not doing this now. Later on. I will do some Googling later on. That would be appreciated, Artsendo, if you wouldn't mind, and then I can do some more Googling and try and figure it out. Again, I really appreciate you sharing and letting me know, because obviously there's something going on. Oh. Oh no. Pencil in the void. Let's take you away from the edge so we don't lose any more pencils to the void. Oh boy, I don't even know what pencil fell down there, what colour it was, or where it fell. I don't see it. Okay, it didn't fall in there. That's a good start. I see you, but can I access you? I need a stick. Oh. Okay, I didn't reach the pencil, but I reached the ruler that fell down. And that's the longer stick. Ooh. Got it. No, it's not disruptive at all. It's very good to learn. Again, I would not know if it wasn't mentioned, and it's obviously an issue that needs to be looked into. So I'm very appreciative of it, because otherwise I wouldn't know. Alright, so we've got our blue coat, we've got red, and we could do the petticoat a different colour as well, which will be fun. I think we might do green again. I think it would be nice to bring the green in. I might actually switch up the greens a bit here. Not use the leaf green, but go for a more emerald green. Keeping with that sort of royally palette that we've got going across here. Oh my goodness. Bumblebee. Hello, hello. Kia ora, Raiders. Welcome in. Let me just pull my iron green, and then I think we'll do sea breeze. How are we going today? Welcome in, Miss Marilyn, darling. How are you? Kia ora to you all. And then if We've got Sea Breeze. Let's do a little bit of Malibu. And then that should be all good. Hey. Rivershine 2143. Mrs. Doe Eyes here with the raid. Hello, hello. Wumble Bumblebee, what were you up to today? Let us know. Hope you had a wonderful stream. To all the new friends that have joined us, kia ora. My name is Amy. I am a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We colour in adult colouring books and just chill and vibe and hang and try to create a space of like positivity and just a glittery bubble of happiness in this chaotic world. We are colouring in a colouring book by a Korean illustrator, Nelco Neco. Korean or Japanese? Actually Japanese, sorry. Japanese illustrator, Nelco Neco. And it's called Story of Precious Cats. It's a bunch of kitty cat couple sisters and the younger brother going on adventures. This is their friend. And they're playing pirates here. It's a super cute colouring book. Really fun. Alright! And yeah. Just so you're aware as well, if you haven't been here before, we live stream to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. So you may hear me chatting with people that you're not seeing in your chat, but the chat directly above me on screen will combine both chats together. So if you are looking at the chat and going, where's that person? Possibly the other platform. But yeah, painting your fox for my 100-day challenge. Ooh, foxes are so fun to paint. There's so many gorgeous colours that they come into, so yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Well, if you need to do a raid and fade, if you need to do some self-care post-stream and go and look after the body and the soul, please feel free to. If you want to hang around and lurk and vibe for a bit, feel free to. Obviously, feel free to stay around and chat as well. We're just working with some Inktense pencils and just getting like a base layer of colours down before we go in with pencils to do more dedicated shading on the page. And I'm just going to start on the skirt here and do a bit of emeraldy style green. Oh, and I should do, I am a good Twitch person. I know how to do these things. I am totally a professional. Do the things. Be the person. Oh, it's getting so humid and hot. We're getting into the hottest part of the day. Which isn't midday, it's 3 PM. I swear, at 3 PM it's like a light switches and suddenly it's boiling hot all of a sudden. If you are not already, hit that follow on Wumble Bumblebee, our wonderful Twitch raider, because A, the name is one of the funnest names to say on Twitch, Wumble Bumblebee. But also a really gorgeous stream full of amazing gouache painting. Always blown away by what Wumble Bumblebee is up to. But how is everyone doing today? What are we up to? Are we relaxing, vibing, hanging, working on projects? Do, 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 do. So yeah, we're not worrying too much about the shading here. We're getting a little bit in to represent the texture of the fabric, but we'll also do a bit more with the pencils later on. We want to just get a little bit in. So this one, we're going to do the skirt green. We're going to do the corset is different, so it's not going to be like this one where we've done all red. We'll do a different coloured corset. So it's just a skirt on this one. coordinating hat. We'll do the fabric in the sash of the hat, the fabric under the hat. We'll do that coordinating. Bedtime for me, falling asleep. Night night, nice hanging out here today. I'm glad you could be here, Nessa. You have a wonderful sleep. Appreciate you being here very, very much. Loving the pirate. It's so cute. This is one of my favorite pages in the book. Pirate Kitties. Just makes me so ridiculously happy. We've completed this one semi-recently. This candy, it's meant to be like a gingerbread Christmas village, but we did it as a candy village because rainbow and glitters and candy, why not? But yeah, the being absolutely little menaces destroying the candy village, which I just appreciate so much. But yeah, we have our little palette here of our different characters in the book. So we have the sisters Pipuri and Pipino, and then the baby brother Chedo and their friend Heek, and then the grandmother Daisy and Tom the baker cat. And it basically follows the seasons as they get up to different things, and just is super duper cute. Cute book. Absolutely love it. And yeah, follows all of them as they do different seasons. I love this one of Tom and the bread. So yeah, we're technically in the summer section as they play pirates. Yeah, just so cute. Making pizza, and Cheetos pizza has a little happy face on it. So cute. So cute. I'm working on my website. I also must be off from taking my roommate to the hospital in the morning for surgery, so I have to get to bed right away. Yes, you absolutely do, Marilyn. It was lovely to see you again, hun. You have a wonderful night's rest, and I hope everything goes well for your friend tomorrow. Take care. So we get lots of this beautiful sea breeze, and such a pretty color, this one. So like our main emeraldy type color. I also have to remember to write the red combo down because I haven't written that combo down either, as well as this teal color combo. It's gone a little bit more into the teal than the emerald I was originally imagining, but that's okay. I'm not mad at it. Also posted, okay, all good. Thank you, Perfection. I'll have a look a little bit later on. Nearly forgot a section. Nearly. And then we can start activating it. Today I received a copy of the new Mythagoria Fairy Nightmare. Ooh. Rumble Bunny has a flip on their channel. Good to know. Very appropriate for Faber that a book called Fairy Nightmare came out. I have to, after stream, go and have a look to see, because I saw the flip through for Undead Academy and I was like, really like Undead Academy. I don't have any Mythagorias, but I can get behind that one because of the way the character work is done. It's so stunning. It's like, I should look into a few more of these. I'm not a big gore colorer. I like happy and, you know, every once in a while I'll do something a bit on the spooky side, but I'm not a big gore colorer. But the yeah, the Undead Academy I could really get behind because it was like spooky without being too gory, and it had just beautiful character illustration work. So now I'm curious about some of the other ones. Sorry, Artsy Endo. They had their campaign free finale this week, and it was 8.5 hours long. Like, it's their longest episode ever, and I'm just like, how? How did it end up 8.5 hours? But I got a lot of catching up to do before I'm up to that one, because I fell a bit behind. And that's okay. It happens. Yeah, I like that teal colour. I think that's quite cool. It's a good little pop of colour as well. And it means I've got these colours plus the purple from back here to pull into the gems themselves to do some like real royal gems. But I think we'll start by making sure we do actually crack our colours so that if I need to, I can pull those colours again. Because yes, I can technically go back and watch my own stream and see where I pull out the colours, but it's just easier to have a list in front of us. 1907 0600 0510 0410. That was red dress. And then we have 1310 1225 1213, and that is the teal dress. Don't know if it's the text in the book saying something about the story, if it's just the choosing the next page. Haven't flipped through, so it's a surprise. I think that's the best way to approach the book as well, with it being a choose your own adventure, is just let it just be, let the page just roll naturally. I'm looking forward to it. I have started, I am hoping to get a bit more of this done, but I have based this page. It looks horrendous and bright and neon at the moment because of course it's just a marker base right now and very flat colouring, but yeah, hoping to get a bit more work done on that this week and get the video recorded so we can find out where we're heading to next and what option you'll choose for the story. We're going to page 2, 3 or 4. But I think that's where we'll leave it for today. We are coming up on 6.5 hours, which is a pretty damn long live stream for me lately. Like, I probably could have kept on pushing through for a while, but I'm kind of done. I think I want a bit of a break. I want to go lie in the bed for a while and just take a bit of a breather. Like, we got a bit done. Not as much as I thought we would have for 6.5 hours, but I'm still happy with the progress that we made. And it's starting to come together a little bit. Yeah, I found with the Fern Calloway book that Inktense just bled right through. It was not a fan of water, but water-based markers are fine. So I think just being like very, very minimal water, or activating with alcohol markers may work. I have to try that one at the back, which seems, you know, water-based, but with alcohol feels like it would bleed through more. So that may work, possibly not because of the alcohol. But yeah, basing with water-based markers and then coming in with pencils worked absolutely fabulously for me. But yeah, that is where we will end stream today. We will be back on Tuesday and we will carry on with this and hopefully get a few more bits spaced and get this page full of colour ready for some pencil shading. As a reminder, next week we'll only be streaming on Tuesday and Sunday because Friday I'm otherwise engaged. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here and hanging out with me today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your time zone as well. Be sure to look after yourself, rest. If you don't rest, your body will force you to rest, so take those breaks, take some time for yourself, don't forget your water, don't forget your meds, and yeah, I appreciate you all oh so much, and I'll catch you all in the next stream. Bye!